United Fair Sale 10. For more information, don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Finland has officially announced its intention to join NATO, while neighboring Sweden's governing party today backed joining NATO. At a meeting of NATO diplomats in Berlin, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the U.S. will support membership.
The United States would strongly support a NATO application by either Sweden or Finland, should they choose to formally apply to the alliance. We'll respect whatever decision they make. And we've long supported NATO's open door policy and the right of all countries to decide their own futures, their policies, their security arrangements.
Russia opposes NATO's expansion, and Turkey has also expressed reservations. Blinken says discussions are being held to alleviate potential problems with the Turks. In her first sit-down interview since leaving the White House, former First Lady Melania Trump sat down with Fox's Pete Hegseth. The topic came up of prominent Democrats recently gracing the cover of Vogue magazine and why she thinks she wasn't put on the cover while First Lady.
They're biased, and they have likes and dislikes, and it's so obvious. And I think American people and everyone see it. It was their decision, and I have much more important things to do, and I did in the White House than being on the cover of Vogue.
Melania did appear on Vogue's cover back in 2005 wearing a wedding dress when she wed Donald Trump. Okinawa Governor Denny Tamaki is urging Japan's central government to do more to reduce the U.S. military presence in the southern island group. He made the plea today as Okinawa marked the 50th anniversary of its return to Japan after 27 years of American rule. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida said he takes the concerns seriously and will make efforts to reduce the burden while maintaining U.S. military deterrence on the islands. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Half a day. My name is Joan Kinata from the village of Umate. I've applied for the program as Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umate to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program in Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Half a day, it's 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. The governor, Lilian Guerrero, says that a waste-to-energy plant is not an option that she's considering to help manage Guam's trash, citing its potential to release toxic byproducts into the air. The governor in the Guam Daily Post this morning says she would rather exert our efforts towards recycling and towards people using more organic products so that we're not burdening our landfill. The governor said when asked about the Guam Resource Recovery Partners' renewed push for a $180 million waste-to-energy project. As reported in the Post, Guam has banned the use of disposable plastic bags and later all disposable bags On Friday, the governor signed into law Senator Sabina Perez's bill that extends the effective date of the plastic or paper bag ban for retailers and wholesalers from July 1st this year to July 1st of 2025. Extending the deadline, she says, prevents retailers from simply disposing of a large number of bags in the inventory into the landfill without having a viable replacement for the paper bags. The governor in her interview says that Guam has been managing solid waste well, even without using a waste-to-energy technology. She says waste-to-energy is still a concern, saying that there still is some byproduct of some toxic waste that could impact the environment. The governor did say, though, that she's willing to meet with GRRP, which continues to look to effectuate a contract with the government of Guam for waste to energy. GRRP Representative David Sablon said that there is no impact, though, on the environment, soil, air, or water. Incineration, he says, is an improved method of managing solid waste reduction. Meanwhile, the Department of Education has requested $268.3 million for fiscal year 2023. DOE's budget request for fiscal year 23 has decreased by 7.9% compared to the previous year, mainly due to federal funding, according to the superintendent. The Post reports to date, DOE has awarded nearly $440 million through 3 funding streams. That includes CARES Act, Education Stabilization Fund, and the American Rescue Plan. These federal subsidies must be expended by 2024. DOE requested $227.5 million for personnel costs. The public school system is also proposing to create 310 new positions in the upcoming fiscal year. We'll have more news right after this.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Some public hearings scheduled at the legislature today. Starting at 9 this morning, the Appropriations Taxation Committee will hear Bill 281. That's an act to appropriate $609,000 from the general fund to the Guam Election Commission. This will be for the purpose of conducting the 2022 primary election and in-office early voting. Also, Bill 295 would temporarily waive the levy of excise taxes, automotive surcharges, and mass transit automotive surcharges on liquid fuel for 180 days. And at 2 this afternoon, Bill 257 will be heard. That would increase the cost of living allowance payments to GovGuam retirees. It would take $15.9 million from the general fund to the Department of Administration for fiscal year 2024. And then at 4 o'clock, there will be a bill that deals with land leases for power plants. And a woman was arrested early Saturday morning after she was accused of threatening to kill 9 children in Jotnia. 20-year-old Marla Jovilani Rosario was charged with 5 counts of assault as a misdemeanor. A witness told police that they heard kids screaming down the street before seeing the woman crying and claiming that, seeing the kids crying, that is, and claiming that the woman was with a gun and a sword and threatened to kill them. The children ages 6 to 12 all allegedly told the officers that they were playing outside when Rosario walked out of her house and began yelling for them to be quiet and said, "I'm going to kill you." The children saw Rosario with what appeared to be a pellet gun and a knife, neither of which were found by police. Now, Rosario did allegedly tell police that she heard the children making noise, and she picked up a stick and started to chase them down the street. Fortunately, though, none of the kids were hurt. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's
She's not
Day.
the mom.
Oh, she's not the mom.
She's
just,
the neighbor.
Just random woman. Just
Yeah.
start screaming at the kids.
Yeah.
Nothing
Well,
else.
it was 12 in the morning.
What, like at midnight?
Yeah, it was midnight.
Well, why weren't these kids at home?
I don't know.
Did the police ask for to take these kids home to find out where their parents were? You know, as a grumpy old man, I'm here to tell you, I think she was justified. I think she was justified. There's no court in the world, no jury in the world that would convict her of that particular offense. We'll go over the magistrate a little bit later on. 6:11 in the morning. Here it comes. The weather mostly sunny in today's forecast. Daytime highs 88 degrees. It's going to be another hot one, guys. East winds 6 to 10 miles an hour today. Partly cloudy. tonight, overnight lows of about 76 degrees. And then tomorrow, mostly sunny again. Daytime highs near 88 degrees. Heat index going to make it feel like 96 today. Just FYI, partly cloudy tomorrow night with overnight lows of about 76 degrees. Winds out of the east, northeast these days. Some interesting weather patterns here. I'd love to be able to analyze this for you, but I'm just saying right now it's just weird because we've got all this this upwelling, if you will, of weather coming from the south, washing over the Mariana Islands, and maybe that's why it's going to be one of those kinds of days today. Sunrise this morning at 5:55. Jeff from Pirates Cove has already sent the pictures. I'll place some of those on the screen here while the commercials are playing. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:40. Some gorgeous sunsets that we've had lately, huh? That's nice. News and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 67.75 years.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also brought to you by Ron and Kim over at Security Title. You involved in buying or selling a house? Make sure you bring them in early, and they'll ease you into the process and look for places where might be a bump in the road. That's what they're good at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
It's that loudmouth again. It's so cool disco. Hey, welcome to Monday morning, everybody. How you do? We okay? Did you make it through the incredible weekend? I mean, there was a ton of stuff going on. We started with Jimmy Moylan's fundraiser on Friday that I missed, and. What I got to at least acknowledge it. I got to at least acknowledge that it happened. I mean, it was. I tried and everything. It just I don't know. There was beach, and then
a lot of that happening.
Yeah,
a lot of redirection happening.
Yes, redirect. There was a plan, and then the plan. I got a better offer. What am I going to say? Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. As usual, thrilled to be here with you on a Monday morning. And like I said, a lot of stuff going on. Over the weekend, I ran my very first 5K as a Grand Master. And I love the way they title all the different groups that you can run in. Master, yes, it was Senior and Grandmaster. Like, it evokes some kind of I don't know, athletic kind of prowess.
Yeah.
He's not just a master, he's a grandmaster.
The gray-haired old kung fu guy.
Yes, GM. Yeah, I just have that many birthdays. I mean, I'm not that much of a faster runner, but it was great running in that category. Of course, I got to run against Peter Bloss, who still at 60 plus runs a 21-minute 5K without even trying. I mean, if he was trying, probably would have come in about 19 or something like that.
His cardio has memory.
His cardio has very good.
Not yours, Ray.
It's just yeah. I don't want to talk about it, but it was nice. A race judicata that took place over the judiciary. And just a note to the guys that are in charge of the judiciary. I don't know if it's on purpose, but the men's bathroom, the toilet in the men's bathroom doesn't close.
Oh,
the door does not.
Door.
The door is. You know what? You know what it looks like? It looks like somebody tried to crack open a beetle nut on the hinge, and it's now permanently jammed open. You
Ajar, yeah.
And FYI, there's also no toilet paper in the men's room at the judiciary.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where they do the drug testing.
So you guys,
You're not allowed to close the door or wipe.
You owe me a sweatband.
Only number one.
You guys owe me a sweatband. Hey, there's Mana Silva Tyron.
What, did you lose your sweatband?
I'm not going to say anymore. I'm just
gross.
Okay, thank you very much. Real Joe. Oh, wait a second. You want to talk about athletic prowess? He's not a grandmaster, but the real Joe Cruz, and I think I've got the video here. The real Joe Cruz was embarking. We talked about this on Friday, and Joe was actually involved in a race over the weekend, right?
A race by cicada.
The race
by cicada.
Right. Okay. So hold on a second. I've got the video here. I got to play the video now. Number one. So it was a downhill race. I actually ran into Eric on Saturday morning, and I said, well, Joe's running in your race. He said, oh yeah, Joe and the guys, the e-bike guys, get to go first. And the reason why is because you guys are so fast, e-bike or not. You guys are so fast that they didn't want you like jamming up against the slower non-e-bike guys.
Spread it out, man.
They didn't want you dogging any of the other riders.
It's dangerous.
So Real Joe, and somebody actually captured this. Not only did he run he won the race. Real Joe wins the race, but this is after. And I think there might be some audio on this. This is after. I don't know if you can make it out. There he is. So they're zooming in. There's Joe. And he's going over a technical part of the course. Oh wait! I missed it.
I don't know if I'm hearing that. Let's go, Joe!
Yeah, let's go, Joe. And you can't really make it out, but that's the part where Joe actually crashes and gets back. No, I'm serious. You tell the story, Joe. What happened?
You're making your coming way in hot, man.
Coming in hot.
Coming in hot.
Yeah.
Adrenaline and just flying there, and I'm supposed to like brake check before I hit that portion.
Yeah.
But I didn't.
No. Why?
And I just
why
wiped
would you?
out.
Why
I
would
was
you?
so hungry, man.
So you not only, but you wiped out, got back on the bike, finished that part of the trail, and then won.
Yes.
You won your division.
Yes, I did.
Congratulations.
And it was
to you.
great, man. It was fun.
Yeah, well, I bet it was.
I'm broken.
You're
but
what?
I didn't break both of my collarbones like you said I would.
That was the thing. All weekend long, all I can think of is I'm going to get a phone call on Sunday afternoon, and it's going to be Joe saying, wow, I don't know how to tell you this, but your prediction came true. I did actually break both of my collarbones and a couple of femurs, and so I won't be able to get in on Monday.
No, I would be here.
But you're good.
I'm super good, man.
Make you wear a helmet.
But thanks for the excuse. I'm going to try it out next week.
Right? Oh, yeah. And there's baby sister Mana Silva Tyron from, so how was your weekend? Did you make it down to Malolo? Oh, my God.
Oh, it was a huge fiesta this weekend.
Yeah, you didn't see my burnout?
So
You
can
didn't
I
see
just?
me?
So I
That was me.
For those of you residents of Malolo that saw me and a bunch of my friends wearing weird clothes trotting through your village.
Oh, no, Ray.
Those are my fast hiking buddies, and a big chunk. Yeah, we started off. We started off at. Don't ask me how this happens. We started off over by the what is it? The school? Was it the school where we started? No, I don't know. We were down in Malolo. We still Waterfall Valley.
Okay.
And all of a sudden the trail took a weird turn, and we ended up in the actual village on the way to Telfofo Falls. And we don't normally spend that kind of time in the village. And I got all these people that doing their yard, getting ready for the fiesta, and just kind of looking over. Who are these people? Why are they walking around the village? The fiesta is not till tomorrow. What do you guys? This guy, Peter Mesa is his name. Maybe you know the guy from and he stops what he's doing and comes over. He says, "Are you guys with the military high command?"
Yay, Rear Admiral.
Do you know Yokoi?
I kind of wanted to say yeah, but no, just me and my. But I gotta say, the village looked great. I gotta tell you, Malolo. Every single yard was perfectly manicured, and everything that needed to get repainted was painted, and everybody putting up their palapalas and everything for a fantastic fiesta. So
but there was a lot of road striping yesterday.
Biba, San Isidro. Where were you at? Where they did road striping?
When they burn out, it's part of the celebration.
Oh yes,
All
yes,
of the
yes.
lowriders come out and then they burn out.
Was nice.
Yeah.
Was nice. And so many of my friends down there commenting, saying positive things. Mr. Mayor, I just want to say that we all love the Fruity Pebbles rocks that you've got in the village.
Thank you for
I've
that.
even got people that posted it. You know, they took pictures of them going, "Oh my God, there's rocks," and doing somersaults and twirls and everything over, because you never see anything like that. The story is now, for those of you that have driven down in that area and going, "Wow, that's kind of interesting down in Narahan. What's going on?" And the deal is, they wanted to create some barricades along the roadways, and they didn't want to just put rocks there. So they put rocks down, and then the mayor asked everybody in the village if they had any leftover paint.
Oh,
and
donations.
and that's what they did.
Cherry
That's what
it
they
up.
used. Yeah, cherried it up. Anyway, so outstanding weekend. Hope everybody had a good time. 6:22 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Lots and lots on the table of contents to get through, and we'll punch through all of that over the next couple of hours. Just got some interesting pictures from the governor, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, and folks over at the Guam Visitors Bureau. On screen right now, there is a FAM tour. Do you know what a FAM tour is?
I do not.
You know
man.
what? It's because we're never in the travel business.
That's true.
If you were
Nobody
in the-
told them that we don't have to wear masks?
Not
Oh,
yet.
yeah.
Not yet. They're coming in from South Korea.
Oh, okay.
Where they've still got some issues with COVID-19, or
They're
the government
back.
is pretending they've got issues with COVID-19. Yeah. So there's a FAM tour. I don't know influencers in the media and the travel industry that have come back out here to Guam, and so they expect them to be around all over the place. And then this, I'll show this again a little bit later on if we get former Governor Gutierrez on the line. This is the arrival screen over at the Guam International Airport. You want something to be happy about, something to be excited about on a Monday morning? Okay, check this out. Jin Air, there's Air Busan, Korean Air, Jeju Air, Air Seoul, and T-Way. Any number of flights coming in. Look at that, 6 flights from
yeah.
South Korea. And a couple United flights, 3 United flights coming in from Japan. That is really, really good news. I mean, it's not big, huge numbers like we've seen before, but every little bit helps, doesn't it? 624. Baby steps. Baby steps back into recovery and normalcy. Are you ready now to say good morning to all the normal people? Let's do this.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see the troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same.
All the same.
You want to go where everybody knows your name.
They're just different smells. That's all there is to it. 6:24 in the morning. Speaking of different smells, there's got John Ray Taitano on the Captain Guam. Captain Guam on the screen right now, and I took that picture of us. I missed an opportunity to take a selfie with the Chief Justice, Bob Torres, because I saw Captain Guam with the Carabao down there. So I got to make sure I get this guy first. It was in the special old fart section of the judiciary with him and the Carabao. So I wanted to make sure that I started off his morning on a Monday with that picture of him. Also got some great pictures floating around on Facebook. I'm not going to say the hot Belen Sidel was atop the Carabao, but the hot Belen Sidel was on top of the Carabao on Saturday. Might show some of those pictures a little bit later on. All right, celebrities that are already online. Top 10 include big man Rico Blancaflor. Pew pew. Yeah, I think he got some pew-pew in over the weekend. We need to do another pandemic pew-pew, don't you think?
Yeah.
There's got to be some. You'd think
there's bullets out there, man.
I think that I would have done something for my birthday, but apparently I forgot. Pam Duvall, the hot sister of the program there at number 2. I see Post Canteen online. Post Canteen, and the big news here, are you ready? They did not get a winner.
Queen of Hearts.
They did not get a winner in the Queen of Hearts. So
it's up to 2,000 some at least.
2,413, as a matter of fact. 2,413. If you are not hanging out over at the Post Canteen this coming Friday night, you are completely and totally missing out on a superb opportunity to get some winning. And Keenan McCausland from the United States of America mainland is online. Pretty Sarita Garin, who was down in Malolo over the weekend.
Saw the videos, man.
Did you see the video?
I don't stalk her, but yeah, I saw them.
Very good. So, no, it's not stalking if you say I'm not stalking.
I know.
I mean, you can look at it.
She does great videos.
Do you ever look at the people that are liking and Valentine's liking on her post and go, Who's that guy?
Who's that guy?
What do I need to find him? Do I need to start checking him out? Are you also liking and following and Valentine's liking his posts?
We're keeping an eye on you.
It's that kind of thing. It's social media in 2022. It is 2022, right? Still, Anthony Bennett, Lahan Duenas from over at Family Finance Online. I see Jane Nauta, Sean May, JB, Sir Nicholas, and Bob, and Connie Bartonical online as well. Congratulations to Bob Bartonical. Came in second place in his division in the race.
Nice.
Yeah, it was very
legend,
very good.
The legend division.
He's still doing legend. Still a senior. Still a senior.
Nice.
Not a grandmaster yet, but soon. He's class of 88, like my own self. Ismael Velez online saying lunar eclipse incoming. Follow and like him on Facebook. Although yesterday was not a good day. He went to a restaurant, and it's one of those things in 2022, this particular time of year, where the service in the restaurant is either really really good or it's really really bad. So he had an unpleasant experience in a restaurant, and I feel like what I should do is I should reach out to a couple of my restaurant buddies and say, okay, you want really really cool service, then this is where you need to go, right? You need to Chili's. Go. You know what? Take your family over to Chili's because you're going to love the experience and a very very attentive staff. You will not have to wait a half hour just for water again. Who else is playing around on the online sphere today? David Dinsman is there. MT Farron, Henry Manglonia, Bill Petit. Good morning to you, sir. I got Charles Craw. Not his real name. Nick Perlowski looking for something to growl about. Nick Perlowski and I, though probably both happy, because on Friday, and this still may be the case, guys. On Friday, we got word that there might be load shedding. There's a little bit of... Put Simon on the list if you don't mind.
I will, man.
A little bit of instability.
Because there was.
Did you get load shedding?
I got no power a couple times this weekend.
No
man.
way, really?
Like an hour maybe here.
I
and
was
there.
expecting us to I was expecting the station to lose power. I actually sent out a blurb on the Facebook app or the YouTube app. I'm sorry, the online streaming app. That's what I'm trying to say. So download that. You can get it for free in the Google Play and the App Store. And download that because the reason is not only can you pull down the stream, but if there's something going on that I think is important to you, I will let you know. Like on Friday, I sent out the word that there's a possibility that the transmitter site might lose power. And I know you're all going, hey, but wait a second, you're a 21st century kind of outfit. Don't you have a generator? I got a big generator. I've got what I like to refer to as the big-ass generator at the place. But we recently found out between me and my generator Kuya. His name is Rodell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's generator Kuya name. He says, boss, sir, there's a problem with the radiator. I said, what is? He says, it's not there anymore. It's all rusted out. I have to buy a new one. And guess what you can't buy on Guam in 2022? You can't find a radiator.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, if we lose it, it'll go on. But it won't stay on any longer than I think an hour. So hopefully there's not going to be any load shedding. If there is, you can always listen to us on the app. Who's playing around here? Nate Horn there, and Nick and Sarah Lake. Magandang umaga. Ganda ka, that one. I got Jimma Bustamante, also Ganda ka this morning. Hoffa Brown says Colin Clark. Eunice Andiola. I see Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, saying good morning to Hoffa de Ray, Mana, Joe, and Jerry, and thank you very much for the melt. Rudy, I got to ask, have you had anybody in the kitchen try it? You need to put together a melt with the bacon and the jalapenos. Yeah, we need to make a hybrid melt of the two. You could probably sell it for double, right? Because you got bacon and a jalapeno, and it's a Whopper. I'm just saying, I'm like a marketing genius. I got Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas, Harvey Egna is online.
Oh, Biba.
Biba, hello.
Man, sorry about that.
The guy's running.
Harvey.
Hey, there he is. He might call in a little bit later on if we start talking about economics and numbers. There's Lauren Michelle. Online. Good morning, Lauren. Good to see you, and great to run at least a little bit with you on the 5K.
Oh, you left her behind.
I did what to her behind.
You smoked her.
She's a married woman. Stop that.
Oh, okay.
I got, let me see, Oliver Malakas. There's Mark Cruz doing his wavy thing here this morning. Good to see you there. Chech Uggan, Joanne Titano, and Jerome McDonald checking in from the stage. Jess San Nicolas. That's girl Jess. I can tell by the picture. Might want to right-click on that real Joe.
Right click, left click.
Justin Estacio hanging out. So is Tina Garcia. Heather Perez. Vince Borja. That's Biba Vince Borja.
Oh, Biba.
Anna Marie. Dean Bates, my bro, is checking in over the weekend. Let me see. Heather Perez, Jay Rojas.
Happy birthday, Jay.
Happy birthday, Jay! And I want you to know, I was able to get some beach time in twice over the weekend, and was able to both times wear that beautiful Aloha tank top that you got for me.
Yeah, it was a sweet one. Man.
You know what? Whenever I wear, especially that tank top, I just wish I'd done more time doing strength training. I wish I was doing more dumbbells so that I could tank top gun show.
Yeah, sun's out, guns out.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll work on that. Bill and Sidell, multiple Valentines on the line here this morning. Ken Brown saying happy new week. Half a day, everybody. Patty Santiago, buenos den half a day from her. Brennan Fausto, our Gigo Jarhead for the Ray Gibson Show fixes. Let's go. Let's do it, man. William John Shadow and hello from Utah, eating at Johnny Rockets. Excellent shakes and burgers, Bill.
Oh, Johnny Rockets.
We need pictures. I appreciate it, but it's not complete unless we've got a selfie with you in front of the building with the Johnny Rocket logo and all of that stuff. But hurry, get back here and help our economy, because we got plenty of places that do burgers on
Johnny Rockets, bro.
Bro, and they need your help. There's Doris's husband, Ron, is online here this morning. Ron posted a video of Doris doing some weird kind of dancing in the house. He's basically, I'm a prisoner.
Oh.
He's reaching out through the internet and asking for help. Zita San Augustin, is that our friend Zita? No, it's a different Zita. She's our friend, but a different friend. I got Bob and Connie Bartonico, Margaret Estacchio, Lonnie Salas saying good morning. Darlene Kinata saying half a day from Arizona.
Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. Nice to... What are you doing in Arizona? Why are you in Arizona?
Why are you in Arizona? Did you move?
Is there a thing? Is there a Johnny Rockets there too?
Yeah.
There's a Johnny Rockets everywhere, right? Here's another one of Mona's friends. Marla Carbolito online, off a dude. Hey, girl. Kenneth Polino. Simon Sanchez from the CCU is online here this morning. Dave Dinsman, isn't that supposed to be only visible over North America? In reference to a point that Ismail was making about a lunar eclipse that is supposed to be happening sometime very, very soon.
Another once in a lifetime?
Another once in a lifetime lunar eclipse.
Is it a blood moon again?
Yes, and all this while Mercury's in retrograde. We're screwed.
Don't talk to me about Mercury being in retrograde. I was waiting for the load shedding that thankfully didn't happen.
Groundhog Day, man.
Have we done this before?
I don't know, man.
Is this a repeat?
This once in a lifetime moon thing happens a lot,
repeat
dude.
of a
all this while Mercury's in retrograde. Boy,
but I do have a picture. I was looking for a story on because find the star lady, Pam Eastlick, because I think we talked about
She's
this.
She's the star lady,
and I'm almost positive she said we're not going to be able to see it.
Is she a psychic too?
But
you're right. She did say that.
She did.
She did.
What do we need, Bonham?
A psychic.
I knew you were going to say that. All right, on the screen right now. And I'm putting it up here because it is actual science. We now have, that I know of, the very first image ever in the history of science and technology of a black hole.
I won't.
See, I know.
I promise.
Just stop. Just stop. I know it's going through your head, and it's not broadcast friendly. But there it is. It's somewhere in the middle of the galaxy, the center of the Milky Way, and there's a black hole that I know of. It is not an immediate threat. To maybe we need to get a notice from the JIC. Joint Information Center. The black hole in the middle of the Milky Way is not currently a threat to the people of Guam at this time. 6:35. Let me get back to this. Joe D's on hanging out. John Ray. Load something, but not high rates. Can they rate low settings? Says John Ray. Dan Russell online. Bunkers there.
Viva Bunker.
I might have a radiator for your generator set. What size motor? I don't, bro, it's green. That's all I know about it. Sorry, I got a guy that keeps track of that kind of thing. I don't know anything else about it other than it's green. Matt Galendez, last full week before the kids start summer break. Oh my God. Is it really? Yeah. Are we about ready for it?
Out of here with that negativity,
yeah,
man.
My smacks are ready.
I'm trying to think now. Miami mentioned something about maybe it's going to be getting out of school early for the remainder of the week, and then that's it for school.
COVID summer camps, Ray. How
about that?
Throw them into those.
Throw 24-hour day,
COVID
7-day a
summer
week
camps.
summer camps. That's what we're going to call it. They're going to be re-education centers for the kids. That's what's happening. Claire Lee saying, Manana Sidu is the point. Good to have you on, Claire.
Oh, morning, Mom.
John Ray Uggan. Ray is a very humble guy, re-donating a still bush cutter for others to win. So at the 5K, you know how they do raffles at the end? And they actually called my number. CJ Duenas or Torres was doing the raffle. Called my
You
number.
won?
I won.
And the justice is the one who
he called.
your
Yeah,
number?
it was a race judicata, right? So
Okay.
high
So
ranking.
your number was called, and you said it's not my time.
Well, okay. So I'm always the opinion, and mom.
He
would-
already has one. That's why.
Well, I'm a lawnmower guy, but you know how every once in a while you feel like you should, as you say, put it back out in the universe.
Yes.
You throw something, you've put good vibe. Everything that you throw
put
out
back.
comes back to you 3 times, right?
Mhm.
So I thought, you know what I'm going to do is I've already had a great birthday.
Except you're not supposed to talk about it.
Well, John Ray brought it up.
Oh.
He brought it up. I'm not virtue signaling.
We could turn this around, Ray.
Well,
I'm not about virtue signaling. It's
I'm-
about luck. You're not supposed to.
I'm just saying
bad
you're
luck
crazy,
to
man.
And so they called. Here's my number, and I came up, and I decided, you know what? I've already had a great, it's a great race. I was happy to see everybody. That in and of itself was a
You know what?
great gift and
bonus.
The universe did give back because I gave you a brown paper bag this morning.
Ah, Monica got it.
From Auntie Connie.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody knows.
I wonder why
So
it
it
smelled
did
like weed
come
in there.
back. It's not weed.
Oh,
I'm a
wow.
beer guy. I'm a beer guy, but when I'm not right, look at this. Look at this. It's the big
That's
bottle
your
of
stuff,
Disaronno.
Ray.
This is my stuff. This is kryptonite. This
Yeah.
is the stuff of gods. It's an Italian liqueur
Wow.
made from and thank you very much for the Disaronno. So So I thought, you know what? I could use some good karma. And so when I went up to receive the prize, I said, you know what? Let me re-raffle this. Let me just give it back to you, and then you can re-raffle it, and somebody else can be a big winner. And as it turns out, it was my pal Rachel, whose daughter had the number, and she's, I don't know, 13, 14, 15.
Yeah, but she's so
put her
stoked.
out to work, man.
That's what I'm thinking.
She's like so stoked. She got a bush cutter.
I
Get
got a
out
bush
there and
cutter.
cut the grass,
well,
girl.
great. No, she's gonna be in business. She's gonna, little mom and pop.
Oh,
business.
nice.
All right, so already like a huge number of people that are watching the program going, are you guys gonna get around to news talk or something like that? Yeah, eventually. John Ray's there, Anthony Diaz Taylor, Ben Servino, Hoffa dude, good to see you there. Chech Mesa, Gina San Nicolas is online. So's Dennis Benzer, who's checking out the program.
Hey, DB.
So I felt bad. Like Dennis, there was a party on Saturday night, and I did not. I made the pre what we call sport drinking part of it.
Yeah.
And
the priming up.
Yeah, we were. So I was
Overprimed, Ray.
Well, it was starting to get late, and I wanted to wake up early yesterday to go running. So I thought, I'm going to bag. So the guy cooked like 75 pounds of chicken wings.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm expecting him to drop by a little bit later on with about a 20-pound bag. My share of the 70. But
He's a great
But it was great.
chef,
Great
man.
to see over the weekend. He was the guy that put the trail together for our hiking thing on Saturday.
Nice.
It was awful. He says this is going to be this is the worst trail of the year, and I said so far, right? Because I haven't done a trail yet. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. All right, lots and lots to get to. You might be wondering what's on the table of contents, and I might have there might be some stuff in here. I'm looking to see, can I trigger? Is it too early to start triggering? Do I have a
It's
trigger?
never
here?
too early.
Where is it? Governor wary of toxic byproducts, and she makes this proclamation while she's signing that asinine paper bag bill, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going, and somewhere in the paperwork she says we're managing our waste properly. We're doing a good job managing our waste, and I'm going. Dude, have you been in the villages? You need to, roll the window down in the limousine while you're making your way through some of the villages and see all the abandoned cars and the trash on the sides of the road. We are not doing a good job managing solid waste in this town. Never have, and until we get to some common sense solutions, never will. Just saying. 20 away from the top of the hour on the Ray Gibson Show. We got more on the way, but first we got to get the news primer and headlines with Mana Silva Tyron. Mana, what happened?
Well, the governor signed a bill over the weekend that would extend the paper bag ban until 2025. While she was doing that, she did have comments with regard to the waste to energy contract that is being pushed through the courts. The governor says she's still wary, considering other options to deal with Guam's trash, citing it's the waste energy's potential to release toxic byproducts into the air. She said in the Guam Daily Post that she'd rather exert her efforts toward recycling and getting people to use more organic products so that we don't burden our landfill. Meanwhile, the Department of Education went before the legislature last week in a budget hearing looking at a smaller budget when compared to last year. They've requested $268.3 million for FY 2023. The Post says that its decrease is about 7.9% compared to last year. Meanwhile, a couple of public hearings up for review today at the legislature starting at 9 o'clock. One of the bills would deal with the $609,000 appropriation for the Guam Election Commission for the primary election, as well as early in-office voting. Also, Bill 295 up for conversation this morning, and it would waive the levy on excise taxes, automotive surcharges, and mass transit automotive surcharges on the liquid fuel tax for up to 180 days. And then there's another public hearing at 2 o'clock this afternoon that deals with an increase or proposed increase to COLA payments for GovGuam retirees. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
All right, thanks very much, Vonna Silva. Time at 6:42 in the morning, celebrity birthdays, and our first look at traffic coming up in a sec.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
Happy day, my name is Jennifer Quijano Paredo of Protect Services. So when COVID hit, everything was about COVID, COVID this, COVID that, and somehow even my equipment was catching COVID. But joking aside, my equipment is important in our daily operations. Somehow I was having a difficult time getting through SBA. They were just giving me a runaround. So I reached out to our congressman's office, and with their team and the SBA, they were able to help me in getting our truck repairs as well as another truck to keep our businesses running. And in the future, if you guys have any federal concerns or issues, reach out to your congressman's office.
Thank you for helping save small businesses with federal funds.
Thank you for helping save small businesses.
Thank you for helping small businesses with federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the Office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
6:44 in the morning. So he can't get rid of her because she's an appointee? Is that what the story?
Yeah, I think
okay,
so.
Gotcha. Just curious. Interesting headline in today's Guam Daily Post. All right, so it's time for our first look at what's happening in traffic. I was looking at the map a little bit ago, and there wasn't anything going on because a little bit ago it was like 5. It's 6:44 now, and maybe a little bit more traffic up at Anderson Air Force Base. Southbound Marine Corps Drive looking good all the way past Waiseng Song, intersection of 1 and 3 looking good. 1 and 16, absolutely sweet travels here through most of the roadways here this morning. Enjoy the drive. As far as I know, dry road conditions. Every street light that I went to, even though they were red, I still went. But I mean, they were all working. Is the point? Southbound Marine Corps Drive past the downtown Agutnia area, looking good all the way to, in fact, all the way into Sumai and Big Navy. There's no major traffic to report at this time. 6:45. That's right now traffic here on The Point.
Kings Guam World Tennis Tour, presented by GTA, is bringing international tennis back to Guam. 4 weeks of international play will swing into action with 2 weeks of juniors, followed by 2 weeks of pros, May the 15th through June 12th. The Guam National Tennis Federation will host world-ranked players who will be coming to Guam from all over the world. Netters will compete for ranking points and cash to improve their position among the world's best. Matches will be played daily at the Guam National Tennis Center in Harmon, starting May 15th through June 12th. Special thanks to our platinum sponsors, Dimension System, New Gen, American Medical Center, and Morico Equipment.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy.
Ice, baby.
Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Well, just hold on a second. Now, I got a blurb here from the Nissan people. I said we've got the additional talking points here. Is it possible that maybe we can do this? It says check Nissan first. If you're in the market for a new car, truck, or SUV, make sure to check Nissan first. Better features, better cars, better prices, better service. It's absolutely true. There's a survey, an insurance company, Geo Insurance, did a survey, and they said, what's more pleasurable than buying a car? And the answer is not a whole lot. A study found that buying a car is more pleasurable than buying a new house, new technology, or even starting a new relationship. So there might be something to that. So as I said, where did I go? There I am. Somebody touched the button on the screen. So here's the point that I'm gonna get to here is if you would like a supreme and most pleasurable experience, even more pleasurable than getting into a new relationship. Some of you that are married are going, yeah, that sounds kind of interesting. Can't do that. What can I do? Go to NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Boom. I don't know why I'm so excited about being here. It's Monday morning. You know what I mean?
Welcome home, Daddy.
What's that feeling that you get? It was sunset last night. It was sunset last night, and bikinis all over the place, and cold drinks and everything. And I thought, it's the moment that I love that I also kind of dread. Right, it's sunset on a beautiful Sunday night, and arguably the last of my birthday week celebrations. I mean, I've still got the rest of the month, but everything was kind of concentrated on Friday before last, all the way to Sunday last night, and I was kind of dreading that moment. And then I saw the sun went down, and then crap, I gotta stop this now, and whatever it was I was doing, I gotta get ready, go home, and there's work tomorrow. Right?
Did your eyes water up, man?
They're welling up now.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm getting misty just thinking about it now. But anyway, so where were we? 6:48. And so yesterday, I'm on the couch, which is not an unusual position for me on a Sunday. I'm on the couch. I'm scrolling through the social media. Again, not something unusual for me. And I get the blurb finally from Carabao, and they're talking about the Sando Sunday. It was a good Sando yesterday. It was kind of a fried chickeny thing, and artichoke dressing. It was really good. I can't describe it. You just and the sad thing is you'll never be able to get it again because they don't do that. They don't do reruns on Sando. It's not like where you can go in and say, hey, I want that Sando that I had 2 weeks ago. Forget it. We're done.
Wow.
You're having what we're making today. So I'm sitting there, and here comes Eli from KUAM, and Jim Bonanno's sitting over there, wait for his sandwich to come in. And Eli says, oh, are you here for the fight? What?
Oh, wow.
What fight? And he says, oh, Frank the Crank is going to be in the ring.
Like, dog.
The MMA thing, MMF, whatever it is.
UFC, man.
Yeah, that. But and so we're like, what? But on the free TV, we can watch this here. He says, yeah, right after this match is Frank the Crank Camacho. So we're all kind of getting excited about this, and big Rick Bloss comes in, and he's watching the fight from down there, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be massive. I'm texting all my friends. I think I texted you too, right? Like, hey, dude, go put it on ESPN too. Frank the Crank. And so all the thing starts, and Frank's in there, and he's toe to toe with the other guy, and taking a couple of headshots. And the guy leans over. He says, he's taking a couple of headshots. He's gonna be okay. I said, dude, that guy's from Saipan, bro. He's got a hard head, man. Don't you worry about him, okay?
Honest.
And so we're all kind of, this is going to be great. And then apparently the guy from, where's he from? Colombia? What is the other Serbia, Croatia, Ukraine, whatever?
Yeah.
A little bit more of a reach.
He was lanky, man.
Yeah.
And you could tell he was longer.
And he comes in and pow on one side, 1-2 punch on Frank, and Frank went down. And then the ref calls it.
Yeah.
But I mean, you saw the feed,
Yeah,
right? TKO,
yeah.
and I'm going, wait a second, Frank didn't look like he was TKO. Because
they don't know the Saipan people, man.
He was exactly so he's on the ground and the other guy starts lunging towards him, but Frank puts his feet up like, come on down, bro. I'm ready. I'm on the I'm ready to play the ground game. And I thought, wait a second, and then the guy kind of throws in the flag, and it was 3 minutes, 27 seconds in.
Stop the fight.
It was bad, bro. I was
tough,
feeling
man.
for Frank and the entire crew that went out there, Sarah and everybody. And so I know the guy's going to get some good massage when he gets back. I'm just so I'm familiar with with his camp there. But I'm wondering, and you've been trying to reach out to him, right?
Yeah.
So he posted something on Facebook. What did it say?
That it's a tough battle.
Yeah.
Every time you put everything on the line, you work hard. And he just fell short of the W. So
but how much older was he than this other guy?
I don't know the age difference, man.
I want to say it's like 3 or 4 years.
But it's been 2 years since Frank's fought.
And there's that. It's been a while. He was
a lot of COVID crap
injured,
going on.
It was the COVID crap, and then there's the injury from the accident, all of that other stuff. But I tell you what, he was looking good, and as these things go, could have gone in either direction. If the ref had been looking in another direction, then the fight probably still could have gone on. But even Tony D'Angelo, who knows about this kind of thing.
Oh yeah, Tony.
Oh, Big Tony, right?
Big Tony,
yeah. Making an offer you can understand. So Big Tony, even he said that Frank looked like he was ready to go. If he was reffing that fight, he would have let it go. He would have let the thing go. 6:52 in the morning and all of that. So if you got direct contact with Frank, tell him we're all thinking about him and glad that he was able to represent the CNMI and Guam in the battle.
Man.
Just a terrific guy. All right, so table of contents. What do we get to talk about here today? What are the big stories? I'll start by looking at the front page of today's Guam Daily Post, and it's a story here, very, very interesting. Firing of Emergency Operations Center Director has been challenged, and by the actual director of the Emergency Operations Section. I'm not 1,000% sure about how things work in the government of Guam, but apparently over at Homeland Security Civil Defense, Charles Estevez is the guy in charge. Correct?
Yes, he's the guy in charge.
So how is it possible that there was an adverse action against Leo Espia by Sam Brennan, who is not?
I think that is the point that he's making, is she didn't have the
authority
to do that.
Right. So he's going before the Civil Service Commission in defense of his employee, saying that Sam did not have the authority to make this adverse action, and that whatever it is that she's done is moot. So the question that I have though is, so she was appointed to Homeland Security and Civil Defense after leaving the Department of Corrections, right?
I think there was a gap.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a gap in it. So that's an appointed position as opposed to regularly there as a 12-month employee, right? So is by virtue of that appointment, can she do whatever she wants because she works for the governor?
I don't think so. I think it's entirely up to the Civil Defense Director, who is Charles Estevez.
Yeah. So I just kind of look. I'm not. Here's the thing: is you talk about departments and agencies that are kind of important, and Homeland Security and Civil Defense is kind of important considering everything that's going on in the world, China, North Korea, all of that. We want to have a strong, united, and cohesive Civil Defense and Homeland Security. So whatever it is that we've got to do to restore that kind of thing, I think maybe the governor's office ought to be wary of all of that, as opposed to being wary of waste to energy plants' potential toxic byproducts. Okay.
Come on, man.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, man. We'll get Dave Sablon on the line about this at some point. But can we get the 1970s want their fear porn back? Can I just? There is no way in hell that we would be able to, at $180 million, put together a waste energy plant. Now I'm biased. I will freely admit this. I think waste energy is awesome. I think incineration is awesome. I'll tell you what. I incinerated over the weekend. Got a bunch of
fired it up.
Oh, dude. Dude,
yeah?
So I'm
all your boxes are gone now.
All my boxes. There is no evidence at all of just how much beer I drink at the house, because I've incinerated all of my 6-pack containers and all of the 18 packs of whatever. All of those things get piled up, and on Sunday, no matter what, there is going to be burning. I've got a couple of tree trunks that I need to get rid of, so I take all of this stuff and I incinerate it because I'm not going to be bothered.
The trunk deal, huh?
It's still, bro. It's
Usually people make that a party to get the boys together and like, we're going to take that stump out together.
Yeah. So I
drink beer and take out this
stump. See, that would be the thing is we the beer drinking part we do, but then the part about taking the stump out of the ground, we'd never get there. So I'm burning it slowly is the thing. So I incinerate. I think it's an effective use of the materials, and I think it's an effective use of my time, and probably more toxic. The burning of trash in my backyard, my neighbor's backyard, the guy that lives across the street back, the burning of trash and yard waste is probably more toxic than anything that you are going to get out of the smokestack of an EPA license administered and inspected waste to energy plant. But the dioxins, look it up. Come on, get out of here with this. It just doesn't happen. And if there's more dioxins coming out of lawnmowers and that steel bush cutter that I gave up.
Yeah,
there's more dioxins coming out of that than you're going to get at the top of a stack of a waste energy thing. So I don't know. You know what it is Ben didn't like it, and she was gangs with Ben, and so that's the whole thing. She says, I would rather exert our efforts towards recycling. What could be a better recycling than taking something that burns and turning it into electricity and offsetting that from the price of electricity? I'm trying to insert some logic and common sense into this. It is recycling. We're taking the trash and all of the calories inside of that trash and burning it and using that to make electricity. Or do you think the people of Guam want more expensive electricity? Is that what's going on here?
And that's not even mentioning the aggregate, because there are things that they do with the aggregate, like pave roads, and there's a lot of roads that could use the pavement.
But there's whatever. So instead, we're happy.
My village.
That's the thing in my head. I'm going, some people don't live in our world. That is recycling. I would rather exert our efforts on people using more organic products.
Yeah, so when they throw it in the jungle, Ray, it breaks down.
Yeah. Are the tires made out of an organic product yet? Are we there? The beer containers that I'm talking about, it's paper, right? So that part there is organic. But what about do I need the organic shampoo that comes in the organic plastic bottle that needs to get taken care of? There are the banes of my existence is plastics, and I'm not an environmental guy, but I try to pay attention. So the little container that my laundry things come in, the little round containers made of plastic, and I hate throwing those things away. Can we burn it and make electricity? We should. Here's another one. I drink either Folgers or whatever the cheap one is. So I drink that, and it comes in a plastic container. And when I'm done, I try to recycle that. But otherwise, it would be nice if I could put it aside and take it to the mass and then let them burn the thing and make electricity out of it, as opposed to storing it for 50 years in some kind of a landfill. And they're getting more expensive, and we will run out of space before too much longer. Let's be wary of that potential toxic side effect. 6:59 and change. Am I on a roll? Better slow down. I better slow my roll.
Pace yourself.
I'm going to slow my roll. Yeah, I got 3 more hours to go. So Fox News Live is coming up. Montecillo Tyron with a look at all the big news and headlines and stories on the other side of that. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. It's all ahead right here. 93.3 KUSG. I got you. We are The Point.
Respect to fallen officers. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. President Biden taking part in a ceremony honoring the police officers across the country who have died on duty.
According to the Fraternal Order of Police, 563 officers died in the line of duty last year. The names of each one were read at this 41st memorial ceremony. In his remarks, President Biden said he knows that for the families gathered, their loss is magnified, but it showed their commitment.
Being a police officer is not just what they did, it's who they were.
The president added that policing is different than in the past, with officers expected to be counselors and social workers while protecting, making every officer's job a lot harder. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A retired police officer is among the 10 killed yesterday in a shooting at a Buffalo, New York supermarket. Authorities say they're pursuing the case as a hate crime. Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown.
This individual came here with the expressed purpose of taking as many black lives as he possibly could.
3 other people were injured in the attack. Police allege the 18-year-old suspect, who has been arraigned on first-degree murder charges, posted a lengthy racist manifesto on social media before the attack. Milwaukee police investigating 3 separate overnight shootings in which a 17-year-old boy and 2 men in their 20s died. The shootings followed a Friday night of violence in which 21 people were shot and wounded in 3 other attacks in downtown Milwaukee. Finland announced that it will seek NATO membership, while Sweden's governing party also endorsed the idea of applying to join the alliance. Russian President Putin has cited NATO's post-Cold War expansion and the prospect of Ukraine joining the alliance among the reasons for his invasion. America is listening to Fox News.
Good day. My name is John Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program as Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program in Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East-West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Tuesday is primary day in several states, including Oregon, Kentucky, and Idaho, but much of the focus will be on Pennsylvania. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal reports.
Former President Trump endorsed in the Pennsylvania Republican Senate primary in mid-April.
And you're going to send Dr. Oz to fight for you in the U.S. Senate?
Some conservatives didn't like the pick, though, and polling shows a tight race among Oz, Dave McCormick, and, as of last week, Kathy Barnett. The seat is open as Republican Senator Pat Toomey retires, and Democrats see an opening, with Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman described as more progressive than his rivals, likely winning the Democratic contest. In the increasingly swing state of North Carolina, Trump has backed Congressman Ted Budd in the Senate primary, as some polling shows his rival, former Governor Pat McCrory, would lose to the leading Democratic candidate, Sherry Beasley. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
A musical victory gives a platform to an impassioned plea for Ukraine.
Ukrainian band Kalush Orchestra won the Eurovision Song Contest this weekend. It was a clear show of support for the war-ravaged nation. The 6-man band mixes traditional folk melodies and contemporary hip-hop in purposeful defense of Ukrainian culture. It was the sentimental and bookmakers' favorite to win among the 25 bands and performers competing in the grand finale. The public vote from home securing the Ukrainian victory. The band's frontman taking advantage of the enormous global audience to make an impassioned plea to free the fighters still trapped beneath a sprawling steel plant in the southern port city of Mariupol. Ann Carrick, Fox News.
Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness remain tops at the box office in its second weekend in theaters. Studio estimates show the film earned an additional $61 million from North American theaters, but that was a 67% drop from its opening weekend. Spider-Man No Way Home slid 68% in its second week. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not 1, not 2, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life, and great value happen here.
Like many other businesses, the pandemic presented challenges and uncertainty. We had to stop operations for months and relied on the PPP to keep our staff employed. We had to develop COVID-related health policies and prepare reopening guidance that modified the way we operated and carried out our program. Our maximum capacity was reduced. We invested in new equipment, stocked up on PPEs, and even had to hire more employees to ensure social distancing and controlled groups. The CARES Act funding and child care stabilization grants from the ARP funds allowed our company to cover business expenses related to the COVID pandemic and stabilize our operations so that we can remain open, continue to provide care to Guam's families, allowing our economy to rebuild and assist frontline workers and those getting back into the workforce.
We're thankful for Congressman San Nicolas for advocating for these funds in Washington, D.C.
If you have any federal issues, please contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Off a day at 7:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. But there's some public hearings scheduled for this morning at the legislature with a committee on appropriations. The first one's at 9 o'clock, and it will deal with the funding that's going to be transferred to the Guam Election Commission for the primary election that's just around the corner. Also, Bill 295 that looks to provide some relief at the pump as the gas prices continue to rise. Bill 295 seeks to temporarily waive the levy of excise taxes on automotive surcharges and mass transit automotive surcharges on liquid fuel for up to 180 calendar days. Then at 2 this afternoon, Bill 257 that would seek to increase the cost of living allowances to GovGuam retirees. It'll transfer $15.9 million from the general fund for fiscal year 2023. Meanwhile, the governor says that waste to energy is not an option that she's considering at the moment. Instead, she's looking at other ways to deal with trash, such as recycling. She also wants to move toward people using more organic products so that it doesn't burden our landfill. The governor says she was making those comments when asked about Guam Resource Recovery Partners and their renewed push for a $180 million waste to energy project on Guam. It was reported in the Guam Daily Post that Guam has banned the use of disposable plastic bags, and later it'll also include paper bags. On Friday, the governor did sign the bill introduced by Senator Sabina Perez that extends the effective date for the paper bag ban for up to a year. It now is set to go into effect in July of 2025. Extending the deadline, the governor said, prevents retailers from simply disposing of a large number of bags in the inventory into the landfill without having a viable replacement for the paper bags. The governor in the interview said that Guam has been managing its solid waste well without using waste or energy. She says there's still a concern with the amount of toxic byproduct that could impact the environment. Well, more news right after this.
In celebration of our 33rd anniversary, BK's new Whopper Melts are here. Our Whopper Melts feature 2 slices of toasted bread layered with 2 Whopper Junior patties for a quarter pound of plain grilled beef, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce. Whopper Melts now available in a spicy and bacony variation made for our big Whopper fans. Top off your meal with jalapeno cheddar bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Whopper Melts now available for a limited time. BK, Tumon Bay, Aganya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way.
The Department of Education went before the legislature in their round of the budget hearings that was at the legislature last week. They've requested $268.3 million for fiscal year 2023. Now, DOE's budget request for fiscal year 23 has decreased by 7.9% when compared to the previous year. According to the superintendent, it's mainly due to federal funding. The Post reports this morning that DOE has been awarded nearly $440 million through the funding streams to include CARES Act, the Education Stabilization Fund, and the American Rescue Plan. All of these federal subsidies have to be expended by 2024. DOE requested $227 million to pay for personnel costs. They also indicated that they plan to create 310 new positions in the upcoming fiscal year. 197 of these would be school aides who can address school safety and supervision, 87 positions created to meet collective bargaining requirements, and roughly 18 positions created for special education and allied health programs. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Did Les go down there and say, don't worry about the extra payroll?
I didn't watch.
Yeah, I'm going, hey, wait a second. How we still might be some questions on how to pay for that, even though Les Carlson was on the radio on Friday saying, it's all good. We got the money. Don't worry about it. There's some dough floating around. All that extra money that we've made, yep, definitely going to pay raises. Got $70 million or so going to be covering pay raises in the next year. Meantime, the trash is piling up in your village. It's 10 after 7 o'clock in the morning. All right, you wanted weather? Yeah. I have some. Mostly sunny, highs near 88 degrees, winds out east 6 to 10 miles an hour, with 96 degrees for the heat index today. The humidity and a lack of any cool breezes coming down contribute to that. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, overnight lows 76 degrees, and again, slight winds out of the east 6 to 9 miles an hour. Mostly sunny in the forecast tomorrow, another hot day, and another fairly warm night. 76 degrees is what they're calling for, but when I got into the car this morning, it said 79 degrees, so you're not getting a break even in the middle of the night. Sunset tonight will be at 6:40. You know, green flash on Friday. Did you catch that?
No, I didn't, man.
Really?
No.
Man, I was out there with
nice,
it was my bro celebrating a birthday over at the beach on Friday, and it's we're looking at the sun, clocking the sun, and we look, and the sun is starting to come down, and there were no low clouds on the horizon. I said, tonight we're gearing up for a green flash, and it happened because I've got friends that took video of it, and you can actually see, because a lot of people go, it only looks green because you're staring at the sun while it's going down.
Once your retina's not burning.
Yeah, your retina's completely burned out. Don't drive for like an hour after this. But as it turns out, we've got cameras that have caught it. So the green flash is a real thing. Got really close to it last night as well. So try it out tonight, 6:40 for the sunset this evening is what they're predicting. It's 7:12 on the Ray Gibson Show.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Hoffaday, Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Hey, got graduates? Take them over to Chili's. That's where they want to go. Celebrate your grad. It didn't have to be yesterday. It could have been last week. Duane's guys and St. Paul's graduated a whole bunch. Notre Dame over the weekend as well. GCC had graduation. So if you're looking for someplace to celebrate, take the grads, and they eat free from a select menu. Private rooms are available as well. 671-648-7377 for details. Chili's, more life and celebrations happen there. Second floor,
News
2 months
to
ends.
fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
I know you don't have to tell me. I got a thing from Bob on the WhatsApp and the Gizmo, the meme machine, 797-8255. If you want to send it to me, and it's a link to an article in powermag.com. And it says, this is a great indication of just how stupid we are here on Guam. Important paragraph. According to the EPA, municipal solid waste burners using trash and garbage to generate electricity, separating out recyclable materials, will actually reduce the amount of greenhouse emissions in the atmosphere compared to a landfill. The savings are estimated to be about 1 ton of greenhouse gas saved per ton of municipal solid waste combusted. So when we start talking about, and this is the thing, even Dave Sablan says, yeah, you are on a roll here this morning. Governor wary of waste energy plants' potential toxic byproducts. The 1970s want their fear porn back. It's not that way anymore. And continuous research, like the kind that they're doing now, indicates that there are fewer greenhouse gas emissions with incineration than just landfilling. Landfilling and the stuff that just goes right into the air will leach out methane, etc. But when we burn the stuff, we actually make electricity out of it. And how somebody could say that there's potential toxic byproducts is just outdated and inaccurate. That's just me. 7:15, and I'm sure there are others that will agree on that point. Where were we now? 7:15, and is it time to take a look at what happened on the market? Real Joe? It's time to take a look at what happened on the market. It came roaring back on Friday, their Friday. Major indexes all up in America. S&P, in fact, all up around the world. The S&P 500 cleared 93 points to 4,023. NASDAQ up by 434, 11,805. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 32,196. And they came back 466 points. Now, considering the lousy week that we had last week on the markets, that's really, really kind of impressive. We'll see if they're able to hold on to that for another week or so. So FTSE is up by 184. Nikkei banging now, 26,427. They're up by 678 points. And I haven't taken a look at the exchange rate. We'll do that in a second. Let's see if that brings some downward pressure on the exchange rate to make it more affordable for Japanese to come to Guam. Hang Seng up by 518. They closed at 19,000, almost 20,000. Shanghai index is up by 30, and the DAX is up by 288 points. This is what happens, guys, is the numbers will go down, and smart investors will go shopping. Let's go and find ourselves some great buys out there that have got some good fundamentals. Now, this is interesting. The S&P 500, I very rarely ever look at the S&P 500. A lot more action for me on the NASDAQ. But the S&P 500, of the top five, listen to this, Las Vegas Resorts, Wynn Resorts, there's Caesars Entertainment. Three of the top five on the S&P 500 are in the hospitality industry. And I thought, is there something going on? And yeah, they are experiencing some kind of a bounce right now. San Antonio hotel business is rebounding. I'm just looking at some headlines here about hotel business rebounding. And we've got all kinds of stories that are suggesting that. Big travel company CEOs hope market economic turmoil won't derail a summer season rebound. We're closing in on the summer season for travel, and there's going to be a lot of it. Business travel resumes, though not at its former place. We've got this story here. Rebound in tourism drive revenue profits in Italy, downtown Baltimore, talking about a rebound in employment and in the hospitality industry. Investors eye Hong Kong hospitality sector and a rebound there. A couple of hotels have traded for almost $300 million US. City Council eyes big tax cut to help hotels and tourism rebound. Business travel up as people skip Zoom meetings for in-person get-togethers. We're not going to be, I'm tired of Zoom. I'm tired, ask Tyrone how he feels about Zoom meetings. Know what I'm saying? It's just a bunch of guys going, let's get us out here. And do all of that. Is that Simon on the phone? All right. Well, it don't normally take a lot of phone calls at this time period, and this will give me time to look up the West Texas and Tappas crude. But 7:18 in the morning, and this time last week on their Facebook page, the Power Authority came out and said, "Yeah, you know what? We got a couple of generators, a couple of big baseload generators that are offline right now, so might be load shedding over the weekend. Didn't affect me at all, thank God. Knock on wood. Good morning, Simon Sanchez from the CCU. How you doing?
Good, Ray. Great weekend. You got to do your run on Saturday, huh?
I got to do my first run as a Grandmaster, GM, Grandma on Saturday morning.
Been a Grandmaster. Oh, you mean in terms of running?
In terms of running, yeah. Oh, you're so sweet. What a nice guy.
You're good at what you do, my friend. You're good at what you do. That's how you've been doing it a long time.
Well, back at you, bro. And so as I said, I looked at that, and my generator at the tower site is on the fritz. I got to repair the radio. I actually got to replace the radiators. No repairing it. And so I sent out a blurb to everybody. If you lose the radio signal, we're still available online 24/7, 7 days a week. That was my response to the potential for load shedding. Did they actually do load shedding? I heard from a couple of people that the power was out, but
Yeah, for 2 or 3 nights this past weekend. I want to say more Thursday, Friday, or Friday, Saturday than Sunday. So we had to do some load shedding because, as you learned, generators fail, right?
Yeah.
And we had the one generator with the boiler that we were repairing and brought online, but not at full capacity. But right in the middle of the boiler, the one generator going down, one of the Cabris units going down, we took a large generator offline because US EPA is having us convert to burning this much cleaner fuel. So yay for lower emissions, bad for higher because it's higher price, but it's all part of the process of converting to the new way we're going to make power. One, we're going to have to burn a cleaner fuel so we comply with the Clean Air Act, and unfortunately that's more expensive. But the new generator uses 1.2 million barrels less oil a year, and oils are a headache, right? Oil is what's causing the price crisis everywhere. And if you're in
West Texas is up today.
Yeah, so if you're in the energy business, our biggest job is to stop using oil. Well, how do you do that? You get a generator, you get solar farms. The KEPCO solar farm up in Marbo is making generation now. It's not at full capacity, but we're getting 6 megs, 8 megs. By June, it'll be at full capacity, and it'll reduce our fuel costs a couple $1 million a month. But oil is still horrible. I'm really concerned that we have to produce the new LEAC for the PUC. We're gonna. I won't be here. I'm actually gonna be in San Antonio, where you were just talking about hotels, and my grandson is going to do a triathlon in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So we're going to go watch him do his first triathlon, the full thing, the 2-mile, the 100-mile, and the marathon. But he's motivated. He's ready to go. He's already heading over there, and we'll go watch him do that and do a little bit of traveling. But we're going to be driving a car, and gas prices even over there are pretty crazy because of oil. So that remains to be all of our headaches is the price of oil, and we're doing everything we can to get away from using oil, but it's going to take time. It takes time to build new generators, takes time to build new solar farms. Meanwhile, the Cabris units are aging. They fail as they have. Our team did a great job to keep them running and get them back online with the minimal load shedding. But yeah, some circuits were affected, I know, for a few nights. Thursday, Friday, I want to say. I think it was a little better over the weekend. Like we never lost power, you never lost power, but there were circuits that definitely lost power. There's a rotation. We just happened to miss the rotation.
In the past, one of the ways, and this goes back to Joe Adda times, but in the past, we had asked the hotel industry to go offline and run on their generator systems to be able to provide a little bit of Jesus for the Power Authority to be able to meet the demand from regular customers. Is anybody talking about doing that now?
Yeah, they were ready to look at that and maybe do it over the weekend, but they got the other generator to come back up. I mean, obviously, we're trying to get the Cabris units back online, right? And it just was horrible, unfortunate timing where we took down one of the other units that wasn't broken, but it takes us a few weeks to convert it to burning this cleaner fuel, and so it's offline until we're finished with the conversion. And so that was sort of the perfect storm for creating a capacity problem. Plus, as you've been pointing out, it is hot. It's dry season.
Yes.
It's May. And the sun is out, the mangoes are out, yay. But boy, it is hot. And so the air cons go on and they work harder and longer. And, 60% of your bill is air con. And
I just got a note, and I thought I was running the air conditioning very conservatively yesterday, and I just got a note from myenergy.com that I am into the Guam Power Authority for 86 kilowatt hours for one day. 86 kilowatt hours for one day.
Ooh, that's a lot.
It's incredible.
That's almost 3,000 for the month. That's twice as much as we use. Yeah, I mean, it's a battle. It's a battle for everybody to try to keep the house cool and keep things running. It's no different than the gas station. We hate to pull in the gas station because of what it's going to cost us, but do we have any choice? We got to go to work. We got to take care of the kids. We got to, take care of our responsibilities. And so, and then of course, everything we buy comes on trucks and ocean
ships
and airplanes. Yeah. What do they use? Oil. And so it's just been, the inflation issue is.
Let's go, Brandon. It's 7:24, so I'm getting back on the power conversation. So we don't need to ask the hotels to go offline right now. Cabris, we've got one of the Cabris units that seems to be plugging away right now. But there still is an urgency here. So we're going to, as much as you can, call for conservation. A, but B, we've got to get that new power plant online.
Yeah, and I mean, as JB put it, I mean, we're just in a fragile system, a fragile state now because we're transitioning from really old generators to a new generator. We're building one but you got to keep the other ones running until it's done, and so we're fragile in that way. And when we can have these situations, if the Cabris units go down, and that's what we found ourselves in. And if it wasn't for the fact that we had to take a major generator offline to convert it to the cleaner fuel. It just happened to be now, and that's when because we're under a timeline with US EPA. We have to get these generators converted by the end of the year, and it'll be great for the environment. It won't be good for the wallet, but that's the requirement to meet the Clean Air Act, and we're Americans. We must follow.
Got to follow the rule. Charlie Hermosa online says one thing we noticed on the shipping side when we converted over to cleaner fuel was that our power / engine systems had a hard time accepting the cleaner fuel. Lots of failed pumps, generators, etc. Hoping the Cabris generators will welcome the cleaner fuel with open arms. So it's, you're not alone.
Generators they're the oldest, right? I mean, the newer one that we shut down, that one accepts it more freely. He's absolutely correct on the old Cabris units. We're going to have to make the temporary conversion, but the real thing is get them offline and get that new generator. We need a new car, and it's time to replace it, and that's being worked on. There's a bill before the legislature to kind of complete the process. Where now that we know we can put it down at PD, we have to have a lease agreement to put it down in PD for KEPCO. And their lawyers, local boys, they're doing a great job. We're very concerned about making sure there's a lease that prescribes that plant that they're going to relocate down to Cabris. But it looks like the deal's going to go through, and that's the key is that generator is going to begin to reduce our power bill because of the huge amount of reduction in fuel. It just burns so much less when the units are up. The solar farms that we're already building and the new generator, we will go from 2.7 million barrels a year to 1.4. Do the math: 1.3 million times what? $100 a barrel.
110 today.
That's how we're gonna knock down that LEAC. But it won't happen until those units are working. In the meantime, we got to have the Cabris units stay on a little bit longer and stay running. But we're having to convert them to that more expensive fuel that Charlie was talking about, and the challenges of doing that. So, it's the necessary realities that we face to keep lights on, to comply with federal law. But we have the plan to get away from oil. And the faster we get away from oil, the sooner the power bills will go down.
Got another request for a comment from you on the water outage at Mount Santa Rosa Saturday. Apparently lasted all day. You know anything about that?
Yeah, not a lot of detail other than Miguel informed us that they had it. I don't know if it was a leak. There were some leaks they were dealing with, but yes, we knew there was a water pressure issue there. And then there's a couple of water pressure issues in the system that Miguel is working on and watching as he has to. But yeah, that in the Mount Santa Rosa, and that's been a chronic problem for us. But the solution is there. We worked something out with the military. We're building a tank. We're going to fill it together. That's all being implemented, right? But until that happens, we're going to have some of the challenges there.
But pushing water up a hill, pushing water up a hill isn't the easiest thing in the world. All right,
well, especially if you put houses above. And this is the old days. Back in the old days, hey, Mayor, can I put my house here? Governor, can I put my house here? Everybody says yes, yes, yes. Well, once you put a house above the pump, expecting water to flow up it doesn't work very well.
That's why in Barragata Heights they've got a big ass tank up there. Dave Dinsman with his comment: in this day and age with the technology that we have, you'd think they'd be able to notify who's going to be subject to load shedding so they can be prepared to be online, offline, or just away from the house when that happens. Is that a component of the social media plan for the Power Authority? I know that there's we get a notice if there's work that needs to get done up at, say, Mount Ludum. I will get a notice that says they're doing work up at Mount Ludum. Be prepared with a generator, whatever. I get that on the business side. Is there a way that consumers can kind of chime in into the system so that they get notified if and when we need to go into a full-blown load shedding situation?
No, I think it's a good point. I have to check with our team because we have the Instagram, we have the Facebook, and the idea that we should at least be notifying customers.
Well, that's kind of passive. I'm talking about a little bit more aggressive. An actual push message says, "All right, Ray, we're taking Mong Mong Toto Mighty offline here at 7 o'clock tonight. Be out of the house for an hour." I mean, that would be perfect. I mean, for every consumer that GPA's got, that would be awesome.
Well, I agree. And I think, well, you got to remember a couple of things, but I totally agree that, I mean, with Instagram, we're thinking we're telling a lot of people. My question is, did we tell people on those evenings, hey, if you're in Mung Mung or whatever circuit, we knew the circuits. I mean, I even got a note, hey, circuits P1, P3, and P8. So we can tell ourselves, I totally agree, we need to be telling consumers that, hey, we're load shedding your circuit in the next hour. And with today's communication capability, I totally agree that we need to do that. I just have to check with our team what
Tracy knows.
Because unless we have Ray Gibson specific, like I'm on a GWA system where I get a notice that there's an outage, wherever there's an outage. But I've registered with it, right? I signed up for it. So I don't know whether we got to make you sign up for it, or we don't necessarily have everyone's phone numbers to WhatsApp or to text per se, right? I mean, like, for example, our power account at home is on the home number. It doesn't have my cell number. But is there a process, how do we make sure we let Ray Gibson know? Well, unless Ray Gibson chooses to be informed, then we only have Instagram, Facebook. But those are very powerful mediums, right? I mean, I'm with you. Did we put it out? Did we tell in whatever social mediums we are using? And GPA is on social media. So I'll find out with our team. Like you said, Tracy will know about that. And if we haven't, that's another thing we need to do to help our ratepays. The fortunate thing for us is, load shedding hasn't been as dominant a concern for many, 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 many years. The system has become far more reliable than 20, 30 years ago when it was just 6 hours and huge portions of the island getting load shed. But this particular one was just sort of we knew Cabris is weak, and when it fails, we got to scramble. But one of the remedies was a large generator. We normally just say carry more load, but it's changing out how the fuel it's going to use, and it's offline in order to accept that new fuel, and it wasn't available for us to dispatch. So we had to cut some circuits out. And I agree that we should do a better job of informing folks when we do that. It's a lot of moving parts. It's a 24/7 operation with no room for error, or when there's an error, everybody knows.
But still, just the couple of guys in dispatch, and they're arguably they're on TikTok and Instagram as well. Hey, I got to run. Si, it's 7:31. You have a terrific rest of the day. Glad that you chimed in. We'll talk again.
Have a great week, Ray. All right. Stay safe, buddy.
I will safe travels for you and Auntie Lou. It's 7:32 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. I checked with Real Joe. We'll get Jerry Roberts in the extra point in a couple of minutes. But first, we're going to jump into news and headlines with Montesova Tyrant at 7:30. Brought to you by Burger King. How many years? 33 years in the burger game on Guam, and they're absolute champion at it. So go and celebrate their 33rd anniversary with those incredible Whopper melts. You can get the regular Whopper melt. We like the bacon. We like the jalapeno. Try either or all of them. In fact, challenge the lady at the drive-thru. Can I get a bacon melt and put some jalapeno in there as well? And you know how they are. Kind of have it your way, folks. News also brought to you by Lolita Camet with Half a Day Realty. Give her a jingle, 688-6743. Maybe you passed by a piece of property that you fell in love with and want to know if you can buy it. She will know the answer, 688-6743. Now with the big news and headlines, Half a Montesova Tyrant.
There's several bills up for public hearing today at the legislature. A couple of them grabbing some attention, though. One of them is provides $600,000 additional to the Guam Election Commission to fund the primary election as well as the early in-office voting. Also, a bill that would provide possibly some relief at the pump as gas prices continue to go up. Bill 295 would ease up on some of the surcharges on the liquid fuel tax for at least 180 days. That hearing starts at 9 o'clock. And then there's a hearing at 2 o'clock this afternoon that GovGuam retirees might like, as it seeks to give an increase to cost of living allowance payments to retirees. It'll take about $15.9 million from the general fund for fiscal year 2023. Those hearings being held in the public hearing room at the legislature. And the governor took action on at least one bill before the end of the week, this one extending the paper bag ban for a period of 1 year for retailers and wholesalers. They could look forward to that extension all the way up until July 1st of 2025. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Wait. I'm just checking to see if we will be able to see this lunar eclipse that Ismail was talking about in the last hour.
No.
Pam said no?
No, she said no, Ray.
Yeah, well, I'm
but
she's not the boss of me.
She said maybe she'll try to call later in the next hour or so, but she said, tell Ray no, we can't see it from here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the sky map of it. You can get this from NASA, and it's got the visualization deal that shows where on the planet we'll be able to watch this thing in its full awesomeness and glory. And as you can see, from about the west coast of the United States to down the middle of Africa, that's it. Everybody outside of that zone here in the Pacific and all of Asia are going to be eclipsed by the eclipse. We're not going to be able to see the darn thing. So closest thing to it is folks that I think the best place to see that might be on the eastern seaboard of the U.S. And down most of South America.
Yeah.
Probably too late to get on an airplane, right?
No, yeah, it is way too late.
Yeah, okay, fine. 7:35 on the Ray Gibson Show. And about time now for Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point, being brought to you here by First Hawaiian Bank. Jer?
In baseball, some hitters try to hit the ball as hard and as far as they can. Others are content with making solid contact with the pitch in the hope of just getting on base and maybe having the next batter keep things going. Let's talk about the philosophy behind both approaches to the game next on the Extra Point.
Get big discounts on huge travel experiences with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. You can travel to destinations in the USA and receive 10% off selected United Airlines Premium Economy or Business Class airfares purchased through May 31st, 2022 when you use promo code FHB022. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com/United Fair Sale 10 for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
I played baseball as a kid, and at ages 13 and 14, what people now call Babe Ruth level, I had the power to hit home runs, but there were no fences at the park we played at. To get a homer, you had to race around the bases and beat the throw to the plate. You might say running wasn't my key strength in those days. Knowing that, I tailored my swing to hit line drives to the outfield. I was okay with putting runs across the plate with an occasional double and mostly singles. Our team got a lot of hits, but not so many home runs. We won 2 championships in a row that way. I was reminded of all this a few days ago when I saw a note promoting an appearance on a podcast by CEO Andy Wiederhorn of the chain Fatburger. You might be familiar with that. In the promo, Wiederhorn asked the question, do you hit singles or swing for the fences? Wiederhorn made his first restaurant acquisition in 2003 with Fatburger when the brand had only 40 restaurants. Since then, his company has acquired numerous brand outlets and now has 2,300 restaurants in some 40 countries. I'm looking at those numbers, realizing this is a billion-dollar business he's operating, and I'm thinking, this guy has hit a bunch of home runs. Then I see Wiederhorn's next comment. You cannot expect to hit a grand slam without first mastering the basics of getting on base. My view of being successful is always to try to hit singles and doubles. Don't try to hit home runs. They will come your way when the time is right." Unquote. Then I recalled something my mom used to say about being a waitress. She was the favorite waitress, or server in today's terms, for scores of customers. Her sections were always jammed, and yet she said she focused on one customer at a time. It was as if each one was her only customer. She didn't think about her tips. I'd count them for her when she got home. It was all about that one customer at a time, making their visit as satisfying and memorable as possible each and every time. That's what Wiederhorn is saying. At all of his restaurants, it's all about doing the fundamentals extremely well, and that is about swinging for singles. Then, collectively, each outlet adds up all those singles, those happy customers who keep coming back, and his team has scored a lot of runs. It's funny how the basic principles of success rarely change much. The Los Angeles Dodgers are again favored to win the World Series this year, and they've got a tremendous lineup made up of guys who have hit a lot of home runs. Yet their manager, Dave Roberts, always says that they're undoubtedly at their best when they're just making contact with the ball, getting on base, and trusting the next man up to do the same. How about you? Do you feel the need to swing for the fences every time up, knowing that leads to striking out more often? Or do you focus on simply connecting with the ball more regularly, trusting that your teammates will do the same and you'll win more games that way? That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Yeah. So there's hitting the basics, obviously, very, very important. But otherwise, you want to be like real Joe. You're already on an electric bike, and you're going downhill, and you know what? To hell with the brakes. I don't need the brakes on this thing. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna take my hands off the steering wheel here and just let the bike do what the bike needs to do. And then he's ass over tea kettle, but he still managed to get up, get back on the bike, and win the race. Right? I mean, sometimes you just got to pedal to the metal, right? Thought so. It's 20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Thanks, Jer. On the way back, we'll take another look at what's happening in traffic and take a look at some of the other big news and headlines that we still haven't gotten a chance to talk about yet. Be right back.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarty Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
It is time for traffic. Yeah, let's take a look and see what's happening on the roadways. On my screen, now it's on your screen. Zooming out to see what we've got here. Northbound Marine Corps Drive, non-existent. Southbound Marine Corps Drive up at Paupau starting to busy up on the way to Waiseng Song, but not meeting a whole lot of resistance once you get up there. Looking at a little bit of traffic on Route 3 on the way to the intersection of 3 and 1. We expect some delays through there. But once you're on Marine Corps Drive, should be smooth sailing. It looks like it's clear at the mall. Then you take Route 16 into the 8, 10, and 16 area. It looks like we got a little bit of a slowdown over by the guard and the guard center up there in Barragada. But once you get past that, Happy Mart looks like it's clean. A little bit of traffic both directions on the way into Teedson here this morning because that's the dumbest light in the entire area. It is, no kidding, the dumbest light there. And so it's something that thousands of people that work on Teedson have to deal with on a daily basis, morning and afternoon. Maybe they can fix that after they're done with Marine Corps Drive. Intersections into the downtown Agutnia area running fairly smooth there. Don't see a whole lot happening on Route 4. And then on the way into Big Navy, it's also running fairly clear. 742 on the Ray Gibson Show.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate with cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. For others put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, baby. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, ice, baby.
Hey. You know, I promised in the last hour that I was going to take care of celebrity birthdays. I know you're going, but it's drive time, Ray. Do we want to do celebrity birthdays at drive time? Is there something more important than that? No, not really. Do we want to talk about abortion forever and ever and ever? And man, they're talking about maybe there's something that needs to be done over at the legislature, and by putting it into some kind of a referendum. I don't think there's time to get it on the existing elections that we've got coming up. Maybe there is. Oh my God. Can you imagine that? Otherwise, we might have to wait another 2 years before it becomes referendum, which means endless 2 years worth of talking about that particular issue. Danny Trejo is 78 years old. You know who Danny Trejo is, right?
Machete.
Machete Man. That dude is handsome, I tell you what. Pierce Brosnan turned 69 years old. Pierce Brosnan, that's Shelley's favorite James Bond, right?
007?
Well, no.
Yeah.
She's the original, isn't she?
Still Sean Connery? Well, I mean,
Yeah,
everybody's
she's
Sean Connery, but I mean, of the new ones, I want to say that she digs Pierce Brosnan.
No, I'm a Roger Moore guy.
Roger Moore?
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely. But I'm always going to be Sean Connery, right? Cigarettes and booze and broads. They've changed all of that now.
Shaken, not stirred.
Yeah. Oh, it's just the woke James Bond. Forget it. Deborah Winger from An Officer and a Gentleman turned 67 years old today. And I think maybe we all ought to watch that movie one more time just to listen to what's his name gossip. Like the way the man talks in that movie. Janet Jackson, the inventor of the phrase wardrobe malfunction, is turning 56 years old today. From Fox News, Tucker Carlson is 53. Megan Fox from Transformers. Some of you are Googling that now, and for very, very good reason. We originally saw her in Transformers, and I don't care what else happens there. Did she just recently come out and say that her boyfriend and her will from time to time drink human blood?
Yeah.
I wasn't imagining that. That's a thing, right?
It's a vamp thing, bro.
It's a vamp thing? Yeah, I'm just not there yet.
Hepatitis.
Anyway, she's 36 years old today. If you're looking for something to celebrate, Emergency Medical Services Week. It is Unicycle Week, Police Week, which is why they had traffic jacked up in Agania yesterday. They've actually shut off the roadway over by the post office in anticipation of Police Week activities. American Craft Beer Week, Bike to Work Week, Love a Tree Day, Mimosa Day, Piercing Day, and Wear Purple for Peace Day. I'm sorry, you had me at Mimosa Day. 7:46 in the morning. And among the top stories in today's Guam Daily Post, there's some weirdness going on over at the Office of Homeland Security and Civil Defense. Looks like a battle between an administrator and a not quite administrator. And then the story here from John O'Connor, lawyer and senators say, let voters decide on the abortion issue. And it looks like there could be some kind of a call for a referendum. I'll get some details on that, share them with you. And then the governor says she's wary of waste-to-energy plants' potential toxic byproducts. I would rather exert our efforts towards recycling. Waste-to-energy is recycling. And people using more organic products, whatever the hell that means. Dave Sablon from GRRP on the line here. And now that her outdated and inaccurate statements are out there, Dave, what are you going to do about it?
Well, I've always been wanting to talk with the governor, and I'm working on that. And I just want to give her all the facts, as I did to the Mayor's Council, as I did to the Guam Solid Waste Authority about waste to energy. One important aspect here, Ray, is the fact that, we do have a contract with the government. And the whole reason for this lawsuit that's in the courts is because of bad faith on the part of the government to cooperate with us to get this project moving. So, I think this is the opportunity now to sit down with the government, because we went through a court-ordered mediation to make some changes to that contract that was signed back in 1996. So we're at the point now where we need to sign this amended contract that incorporated the changes the government wanted. And so we changed those provisions in the contract. And of course, the court ruled that there was a provision there that was illegal, and if that was taken out, then the contract can move forward. And we did that as well. So we're at the point now where we just need her to sign off on it so that the people that are in support of this, that are prepared to build this facility, can move forward with it. We have a lot of study to be made with the Guam, EPA, the U.S. EPA, the permitting requirements. So it's going to take about 1.5 to 2 years to get this thing moving. So we need to work on it real quick.
Well, but it's hard to do that when you've got people that are still running around going dioxins and the toxic fumes that are going to be coming out of this thing. There's no way. I mean, it's 2022, and as you point out, there's multiple level of compliance that you've got to go through, and rules and regulations to prevent exactly that kind of thing from happening.
Exactly.
It is.
That's correct.
And I was serious when I said it last hour. There's more pollution coming out of my lawnmower than is going to be coming out of the stack of a properly licensed and conforming waste-to-energy facility.
That's correct. It's probably more steam than anything coming out of the smokestack because the scrubbers will clean all the emissions before it's actually transmitted into the atmosphere.
And that's been the case. That's been the case for the last 30 years. This is not new.
That's correct. That's correct. So, we just have to get rid of all these myths and, all these negative thoughts about waste to energy because it is a viable solution. And I'm saying this from experience because I've seen it work. And in fact, when I made a presentation to the mayors a couple of weeks ago, a couple of the mayors actually also saw a waste to energy plant work. One in Okinawa and one in, I think it was in Seattle, Washington. So,
Hawaii's got incineration.
Pardon?
The state of Hawaii has incineration.
That's correct. That's correct. And in fact, there's a lot of incinerator plants up and down the East Coast because land is so precious on that side because, these states are not that big. So they don't have much land to use for landfill alone. There has to be an integrated solid waste management plan and program, Ray, that incorporates waste to energy, composting, recycling, and landfilling. These are the approved U.S. EPA ways to manage our solid waste. And what's missing with us is waste to energy. And yet we're an island, and we should be looking at that because when you burn the solid waste, you reduce the volume by 90%. So if the landfill's life expectancy is 5 years, for example, which is probably the way it is down at Luzon, you can increase that to 50 years per cell. So it makes a lot of sense to work on this. Now, the economics is there as well, and the volume of solid waste is there. So the numbers are there for this to be very viable. That's why these companies that are behind Guam Resource Recovery Partners are supporting this project to get this thing built because they know it works. They've done the analysis. They've done the modeling, the financial modeling.
Well, not only is the information outdated and inaccurate, there's new studies here, according to the note I got from Bob Kelly from PowerMag.com. According to the EPA, municipal solid waste burners using trash and garbage to generate electricity, separating out recyclable materials, will actually reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere compared to landfilling. The savings are estimated to be about a ton of greenhouse gases saved per ton of municipal solid waste that gets combusted. So it's not just inaccurate. The opposite is true. It is a cleaner form of dealing with trash.
That's correct. In fact, solid waste is the second cleanest form of fuel oil behind natural gas. It's much better than what we're burning down at the Cabras power plants now. And I'm very supportive of what Guam Power Authority is doing to move from what we call residual fuel oil, which is like black jello, over to diesel and then eventually to natural gas with these new power plants. I'm also very supportive of what they're doing with the solar panels. And then, I'm sure they're very interested, and I've talked to John Beneventi about this. They're very interested in the waste to energy once we get it built, provided, of course, they purchase it at the avoided cost, which is the cost that's required to produce electricity, burning fuel oil. So less than that. If it can come in at that, and it will.
Dave, it's $110 for a barrel of West Texas crude right now. And and can you imagine what the avoided cost is going to end up being, just based on numbers that we were familiar with over at the Power Authority from last year? All the numbers that were lined up at about $85 a barrel for efficient use and an appropriate LEAC. All of a sudden, you start to take a look at where the cost of fuel is. The savings are incredible now that we're talking about gas trading over $100 a barrel.
Yes, wow, that's amazing. But this definitely will come in at much less than that when it's sold to the Guam Power Authority. And the interesting fact too in the contract, Ray, is that the electricity goes back to the government. In other words, they pay the tipping fee for us to burn the garbage, and then we give them back electricity, which they can then turn around, and I'm talking about the government of Guam, can then turn around and sell the electricity to the Guam Power Authority and offset the cost of that tipping fee so that the rate that the people have to pay to, take their garbage down to the waste-to-energy facility is much, much less than just the landfill alone.
7:55. This is the answer to the question about how we get universal buy-in and universal support for trash services here on Guam. Is we incentivize that way the effectiveness of the trash, and we got an opportunity for people now to be getting in line to give up their trash because I got a feeling that before long GRP might be buying trash from folks instead of people having to pay to get their trash moved. Dave, I got
right. Just one point in the model, the financial model. There is a point in the future years where we may have to buy the trash rather than them paying us to burn it.
Amen. I'd be happy. I'll stop burning my trash if you guys get into that position. I got Bob Kelly on the line. Wanted to join the conversation. Good morning, Bob. You're on with Dave Sablon. Not the first time.
I want to make a challenge to him, but in a very interesting way. I don't think he'll object. The technology of natural gas being cleaner than waste energy was the way it was about 12 years ago when you first started talking about it, and it's true. Currently, it's actually cleaner the way they're doing it in the latest combustion systems.
Yes, that's correct.
In other words, you can't keep saying the only thing cleaner is natural gas, because natural gas actually produces more, I think it's more in the methane area, and this produces more in the CO2, and methane's worse in the atmosphere than CO2, so it actually turns out to be a little bit better now. So just be careful when you're comparing it to natural gas, because natural gas may turn out not to be quite as good as a good waste energy.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that, Bob. Maybe it's a close second, if not equal, in terms of its cleanliness. Or better.
It could even be better, slightly better.
Right.
But I mean, there's absolutely. I mean, here's the other one. If she's so concerned, the government is so concerned about pollution from making power and burning, then they should shut down every oil plant, because the oil plants are putting out a magnitude more pollutants than what we're going to have out of a waste energy. So you can't say, well, we're going to keep burning oil, even the newer plants going in, but we're not going to allow waste energy, because even with the clean oil, it produces more pollutants than what a waste energy will.
Right.
Well, as I said, outdated and inaccurate.
Well, and the problem is we make a lot of decisions based upon feelings and based upon misinformation, and we don't go back and look at science and technology. And Ray, you've known me for years. I like to just get down to the fundamentals as the best science and the best research available today. It may change tomorrow for something newer or better, but based upon what we have in science and technology today, does this make sense? Now, I know that Dave is going after this from how much it costs to burn it and how much we're going to get in fuel and so on. I just want to look at one thing. What does the science say about the landfill not having pollutants in it? Look at all the money we're spending to remediate a landfill today, and now we're making new cells down in the valley, which is an area of a water preserve. How much are we putting into there and making that versus turning it into an inert ash that can either be used or can be taken out there as cover, even at the landfill? And we just go with the pure science and have the proper engineering for this. This is good for Guam. It's been good for Hawaii. It's been good for Japan. You know, any places that are more environmentally conscious than Japan and Hawaii? Mm-hmm. And so we are obviously misleading the people, because Hawaii wouldn't be doing this for the last, it's about 30 years, I think, they've been running the Honolulu plant. And they wouldn't be doing this in Japan as much as they do if it polluted the air, because both of these places are very environmentally conscious. And we are an island. We need to quit filling these cells up, and we need to do this. It should have been done years ago. And it's not just making power that is efficient. and clean. It's reducing the landfill, and that's the most important,
Right.
even more than the power. We've got to get moving on this.
Amen.
I agree, 100%. Thank you, Bob.
Well, it says all three of us agree. Maybe later on, Leon Guerrero can chime in and talk about why it's a bad idea. We'll give him some time for an opposing viewpoint on the program.
When he does it, I want him to give some facts and sources.
Right.
I mean, I did
Right.
provide you today, Ray, with the EPA source study to look at. And then people are just going to say, oh, we don't like it for this or this. Where are you getting this information? What is the date of the information? It's got to be based upon facts, not just based upon
And what would
feelings.
be your solution and recommendation then as an alternative? That's crucial as well.
Well, their alternative is very simple: ban everything coming into here. I mean, when I became one of the biggest things that moved me to even be a stronger waste energy sport is when I was working with emergency services, and for weeks I had to deal with tire fires down at the ORDOT dump.
Oh, tire fires.
Just have a humongous amount of energy in them for making power.
Well, they're made from oil.
That's why
Ding, ding, ding,
they
ding.
were extremely hot and well.
All right,
we
guys.
didn't put the fire out. It was so hot.
I got a breakaway. I've got Fox News Live coming up. Bob, I'll talk to you
All right,
soon.
thank
We'll
you.
send each other a couple of emails. Dave, you're always a pleasure to talk with you, and I hope that
Thank
she
you,
grants
Ray.
you an audience and will actually absorb some of the facts that you're trying to get across as opposed to decades-old misinformation. It's 8 o'clock. Here's Fox News Live
Thank
on
you.
The Point.
Fox News. Finland saying it's formally applied to join NATO despite possible retaliation from Russia. Fox's Trey Yanks with the story from Kyiv.
Both the president and the prime minister making clear they have a plan to become part of this military alliance. Russian President Vladimir Putin warned Finnish leadership over the weekend that the move would negatively affect their relationship with Moscow. And on Saturday, Russia's largest electricity supplier cut electricity to Finland.
Sweden's governing party today backed a plan to join the NATO alliance. Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman has suffered a stroke, but says he's on his way to a full recovery. The 52-year-old, who is the leading Democrat in the state Senate contest, says he wasn't feeling well Friday and went to the hospital at the urging of his wife, Giselle, who posted this message on Twitter.
The doctors have assured us that he'll be able to get back on the trail, but first, under doctor orders and my orders, he needs a minute to rest, to recover.
Fetterman has a significant lead in the polls in the state Senate contest. Authorities finding out more about the 18-year-old who allegedly killed 10 people at a Buffalo, New York supermarket yesterday. Buffalo Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia says it was clearly a hate crime.
We have worked through with the FBI, the state police, all of our partners, the Sheriff's Department, and found that this individual, and we're not going to name him, but this individual was in the Buffalo area at least the day before. It seems that he had come here to scope out the area, to do a little reconnaissance work on the area before he carried out his just evil, sickening act.
Speaking on ABC's This Week, and the Orange County, California Sheriff's Department says multiple people have been shot at a church in Laguna Woods. One person has been detained along with a weapon. No other details given. America is listening to Fox News.
Hafide, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
President Biden this week makes his first trip to Asia since taking office. Fox's Jared Halpern has more from the White House.
President Biden begins a 4-day trip to South Korea and Japan at the end of the week as part of a demonstration of a rock-solid commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific, the White House says. China's sphere of influence is likely to be a top topic. In Japan, the president will meet with other leaders of the Quad, a group of nations made up of the U.S., Australia, India, and Japan. North Korea's nuclear ambitions are also a key concern. Officials have indicated a possible nuclear test by Pyongyang to coincide with President Biden's visit to Seoul. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt has signed a trigger law that would make performing most abortions a felony, which has received some pushback by those who perform abortions. He talked about it on Fox News Sunday.
Well, my response is I represent 4 million Oklahomans. I don't know how much clearer we can be. We believe life begins at conception, and we're going to protect life in Oklahoma.
The state's trigger law would go into effect if the Supreme Court decides to overturn Roe v. Wade. There are nearly a dozen states with their own so-called trigger laws on the issue. Former President Trump rallied supporters in Austin, Texas yesterday while touting his policies and criticizing the Biden administration.
Call me conservative. Call me liberal. I want a border. I want voter ID. I want low taxes. Call me liberal. Call me anything you want. But when you think about it, most of it's common sense.
The former president is not saying whether he'll run for the presidency again in 2024, but continues to endorse Republican candidates for U.S. Senate. I'm Joe Giro, Fox News.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Half a day. My name is Joan Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program at Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program at Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. There's some public hearings scheduled today at the legislature with the Appropriations and Taxation Committee. The first one starting at 9 o'clock this morning deals with an appropriation of $600,000, $609 to be exact, from the general fund that will go to the Guam Election Commission for the purposes of the primary election that's upcoming, as well as their plans for in-office early voting. Meanwhile, Bill 295 also up for public hearing this morning at 9 o'clock. This dealing with the waiving of certain surcharges dealing with the liquid fuel fuel tax for up to 180 days. This to provide some relief at the pump. And then at 2 o'clock this afternoon, Bill 257 that would increase cost of living allowance payments to GovGuam retirees. It would also take $15.9 million from the general fund for fiscal year 2023. Meanwhile, the governor did sign a couple of bills over the weekend that come from the legislature in the last session. One of them would extend the plastic or the paper bag ban for retailers and wholesalers from July 1st of this year to July 1st of 2025. The governor did say extending the deadline prevents retailers from disposing of a large number of bags in the inventory into the landfill without having viable replacement for the paper bag ban, or for the paper bags rather. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
The U.S. Supreme Court appears poised to overrule the decades-old precedent establishing abortion as a right in the United States. That's guaranteed to have a sweeping implication for the nation, including Guam, according to the report in the Guam Daily Post. On Guam, there's a 30-year-old local ban on abortion remaining in the books. Recently introduced legislation, the Guam Heartbeat Act of 2022 aims to ban abortion once a fetal heartbeat is detected. The governor did say that she plans on vetoing that bill once it gets to her desk. Now, the two measures differ in their provisions but share a core intent. The existing ban in Public Law 2134 contains a caveat, ultimately placing the abortion issue into the hands of voters through referendum. With that in mind, Attorney Vanessa Williams has called on the Speaker of the Legislature and her committee to reject the Heartbeat Act and let Guam voters decide on the issue of abortion once and for all. Meanwhile, Guam Visitors Bureau officials met with Jeju Air Management to discuss the future of travel to the island. The governor, the GVB President Carl Gutierrez, welcomed the Jeju Air CEO last week. The Jeju Air does plan to increase their flight frequency between Incheon and Guam for the up to 4 times per week, and possibly starting daily flights in July. And they are also expected to launch a Busan Guam route 4 times per week in the very near future. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Word was that Proa was jumping with Korean tourists last night. I don't have pictures of that, but what I do have now are some shots at the Guam International Airport of Air. Where's these guys coming from? Which airplane was it? Air Seoul. And Air Seoul lands at the Guam International Airport, and a whole bunch of customers start getting out. The first flight since the pandemic began, so we welcome back Air Seoul among all of the other Korean carriers that are calling on Guam these days, including Jin Air, Air Busan, Korean Air, Air Seoul, like I said, and T-Way, all bringing tourists from Korea to Guam. This is a good thing, and I'm very, very excited to tell you more about it. And in fact, I think we've got former Governor Gutierrez going to be checking in with us in a little bit, telling us about some other great hospitality-related news. 8:10 in the morning. All right, here it comes. Last look at weather here today. It might change, but otherwise, looking at mostly sunny skies. Daytime highs near 88 degrees with a heat index. It will feel like 96 degrees. And for those of you that managed to paint your roof, you will be very, very thankful for it. Those of the rest of us that haven't gotten around to that project might be trying to beat a path to the nearest store that's got some cheap roof paint to put on some of that, because it is nothing but hot these days. Mostly sunny with in the forecast for tomorrow as well. Again, daytime highs up around 88 degrees. Partly cloudy tonight and tomorrow night. Overnight lows about 76 degrees. But after the house has been hot, it needs to be dark and cold for a long, long time before it gets any better out there. Sunset tonight going to be at 6:40. Early sunrises. That's another thing that is compounding the issue. Is the sun is coming up hot, and it's coming up earlier and staying up longer. 5:55 in the morning for sunrise. Doesn't go down until 6:40 at night. That's a long, hot day. 8:11 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
Off a day. I'm the owner of Guam's largest tourist attraction group. The pandemic's been very tough for all of us, and particularly for my team members. So I'm really appreciative and grateful for the PUA assistance to our team members, and more recently, the SVOG federal grant that allowed us to reopen these facilities and re-employ everyone at a critical time when PUA ended. From myself and my team, on behalf of all of us, thank you for the federal funds that allowed us to reopen.
The federal fund you provide saved many, many jobs. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We employ about 35 technicians for our shows. Thank you for the federal funds that kept us going.
Thank you for helping with the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for helping to save our jobs.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Thank you very much. You know, I've noticed more people are referring to it as San Nicolas now. I was at that race on you know who did a great job emceeing? I'd never seen him do it before, but
Jess
Mendiola was the MC.
Isn't that ironic?
Yeah, and he was talking about somebody who called up a winner or something for a raffle, and they had the names written down because it's the court. You couldn't just give somebody a bib and say, "Here's your number." We got to have the name. So there was a little girl writing down the name of everybody that picked up a bib that morning, and he got to one, and he referred to the winner as San Nicolas. Thank you very much. And as I said, outstanding job being the MC. I'm so glad that you did it because that meant that I didn't have to do it. We've got portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Subway with the new roast beef sandwich there. Not just any roast beef, it's Angus roast beef, choice Angus. You can have it by itself, or you can have it layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham, what we refer to as Subway aficionados refer to as the Subway Club. New roast beef, as flavorful as it is satisfying. Get yours today at Subway. Eat fresh.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Ooh. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
That's the Ray Gibson. I'm not the only one. Lucia, when she wrote my birthday card, put the Ray Gibson.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate you.
I saw the cake, too,
appreciate you acknowledging my frisky behavior. 15 after 8 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. And just taking a last look at the phone to see if there's any other groovy stuff. Got Jerry Paris sending in some great pictures of arrivals over at the Guam International Airport. And it's so nice. Here's a picture. We've got a family coming in. You can see some mom and dad and a little boy. And let me see if there's another one that we've got. Here's a mom and dad and a little girl. It's a whole different family here. Yeah. So the question that I have is, and I'm assuming that they're pictures that exist, but it's nice that we've got this family travel. Doesn't do either of us any good because we're both bachelors here. Where are is that the governor on the line?
It is.
Gov, you got to have your photographer on the lookout for the Korean hot pants versions of the travelers. I'm sure we're getting our share, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm sure, but I haven't seen him yet.
You have not? You have? All right, well, send one of the guys, AJ, has got a good eye for that kind of thing, so send him down there and let him let him take pictures. Are we going to get pictures of every Korean airplane that comes to Guam? Are we going to have some shots of everybody coming through?
Well, first of all, we're going to try to greet the first 6. There's 7 of them that could be coming in. We've got 6, right? We're trying to make sure that we entice Asiana, who has wide-body planes, to come back after a couple of decades, right? And hopefully in July they're looking at it. And so that's our goal here, is to continue to show the people that we welcome them in Guam. And they're the first ones in. I know Japan is cranking up, but this is very important. Now, the pictures were taken by Nicole Beneventi, who is the coordinator for the Japan market with Margaret Sablon. Unfortunately, Margaret is getting her knee worked on. So here's Nicole Beneventi, who is now charged with taking care of all the Koreans coming in.
Well, I think that's... Hey, Nicole, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
You know what? I'm delighted here. I mean, I knew that there was going to be some business flying in from Korea over the weekend. I did not know that the numbers were going to be as big, and the number of airlines represented was going to be as big. We got flights coming in on Jin Air, Air Busan, Korean Air, Jeju Air, Seoul T-Way, and I'm absolutely delighted that we're getting more airlift coming out of Korea right now.
We are too. I mean, we were at the airport yesterday and welcoming all the flights, and it was just so great to see, especially Air Seoul, which flew in for the first time since the pandemic happened. Mm-hmm. And on the Air Busan flight earlier that day, we brought in a fam tour of travel agents, 18 travel agents from Busan, to come and just experience our island and see it after. Some of them have never been to Guam. Some of them, it's been a while. And so we're excited to have them here and introduce them to Guam, things are starting to open up, and so we're really excited about that.
Now, I'm told there's a significant amount of travel demand. Obviously, there's pent-up demand. I mean, we see the same thing happening here on Guam with everybody, trying to get on the next airplane ride out of town. I imagine it's the same thing in South Korea. So we've got a lot of demand. So we've got these fam tour people are going to come in and help drive even more demand to Guam.
Absolutely. Our goal is to, one of the challenges in this pandemic is some travelers, they don't know what to expect. They don't know what has changed, how easy or difficult it is. So our goal is to make it as clear and easy as possible, to make the process as smooth as possible. And so one of those ways is bringing these travel agents in so they can see just how easy it is to travel to Guam, how efficient our system is in going in and coming back. And so, with the pent-up demand, before the pandemic, more than 50% of Korea's population traveled abroad every year. Mm-hmm. And so naturally there are people that love to travel, and they're excited to get back out there and to come to Guam.
Tell me about the diversity of the market. As I pointed out with the governor just a few minutes ago, a couple of pictures that were taken of arrivals this weekend, certainly some family business, mom and dad and a kid in a stroller, and that's always nice to see. But, are we seeing much diversity in this? Is it all going to be family business? Are we getting the office guys? Are we getting the office ladies that want to come out to Guam? Or are we seeing a full, kind of spread of the demographics available?
Right now, I would say the demographics are mainly FITs, individuals traveling on their own, and families. Just like you saw in those pictures, we saw sometimes 3 generations coming out together. You got the parents, the grandparents, and the child. And I was personally so happy to see that because Korea market has traditionally been a family market to Guam. They love coming as a family. And, with the pandemic, of course, there are some fears there. So we wondered if families would be willing. But yeah, like I saw yesterday, families were coming, and so that's the majority of the arrivals right now.
I got you. Well, then there's the market stuff that we need to worry about. Are there enough activities? As we say, there's a lot of families coming through here. Mom and dad generally pretty good at taking care of themselves, but are there enough activities for entire families to join in on? And what are you hearing about perhaps some new developments down in the Tumon area?
So, Ray, this is the governor. We had a nice chat with Jerry and I and the governor about making these, places a little bit more willing to open up the businesses, et cetera, by taking some more of that money that she has and kind of target it to these people so that they can really ramp up to open up for the tourists. And she's more than willing to do that. So we're in active discussion for that. And you're right. We got the demand, but now we have to drum up the service here.
Yep. Well, up and down Tumon, unfortunately, we've got that whole Pleasure Island area, and there's still a lot of businesses there that are shuttered up, restaurants that need to be reopened or replaced with other restaurants and more shopping activity to take place in that part of the island. But as the numbers come back, and that's one of the things I'm trying to generate here, is the excitement. Even, we look at the numbers and say, well, the year-to-year numbers are looking spectacular. But last year and anything pre-pandemic really, in my mind, doesn't count. But we're seeing incremental numbers increasing, and I think that is going to be a call for many more businesses to either reopen their businesses or expand their hours or other activities down in Tumon.
And where else to drum up the excitement? And right now, what you're doing, this is very important. We got to get it out, and Nicole understand that. She's got to get on your show every day.
Every day. Come to the radio station first and then go to work.
Yeah, and bring a hot band Korean up here.
Hot Korean hot bands. Actually, my buddy Kaz just wrote in. Saw plenty of K ladies out this weekend in short shorts. So obviously it's happening. They're coming back in bigger numbers. Now the other thing that's important is while we need to get Tumon back on track. We got to get Pleasure Island particularly back on track. But there's a lot of work that is being done out in the villages. Gov, I don't know if you went down to San Isidro yesterday, but I don't know that area Malolo has ever looked better.
Well, that's our mayor. Mm-hmm. Got it. And I'll tell you that's what's being excited now for the other mayors to emulate what Tony Chargalov is doing. And the governor now realizes that we have to bring them as partners. And they were all here last time. And now they attend the GVB board meeting. They said they're willing to pay to come in and see the meeting. And
I thought that's your backers, man. I thought that was your security. Not that you need any of that. Oh, my God. I have been getting earfuls about our conversations. 8:22 in the morning. Well, absolutely delighted. And as you said, Asiana Air is targeting July for a return to Guam. This is a big deal. After 18 years of not servicing Guam and the Mariana Islands, they're coming back in July. I imagine there's going to be a big fanfare when they touch ground for the first time in all these years.
And Ray, when I was governor and Korean Airlines left after the unfortunate
crash,
accident, I was the one that brought in the Asiana to kind of, buffer the non-existent besides United to Korea. And that's nice that I'm here now, 18 years later. Hopefully, we'll be greeting them.
Well, I did want to make a note that United is also busy ferrying traffic between Japan and Guam. According to this, the arrivals that I got here, we've got the six, as you say, 6 Korean airlines that are coming through, but United ferrying passengers from Tokyo, including Haneda Airport, one outbound flight from Haneda, which is that's for real Tokyo travelers, and that's the ones that know I don't need a 90-minute trip out to Narita to get to Guam. So I'm glad that we're likewise seeing them do the travel between that source market and Guam. Hopefully those planes are full.
Well, we're also asking United to see what they can do about going back to Korea, going back to Taiwan, and in that same breath, we want to include Palau as another destination together with that, so that we can really. Palau cannot sustain, they believe. They just go directly from Korea to Palau or Taiwan to Palau. They've seen that. But if we work together with Guam, I think that's a better chance.
Well, a buddy of mine just came back from Palau and has reported that they are hurting. They're not seeing as many tourists as they need to be able to help sustain that economy. There's a lot we're talking about when it comes to that as a destination market, but they're just not getting the business right now. So any help that we might be able to provide those guys is, I'm sure, going to be appreciated.
And we're working very closely with Nirai Matul. He was the Minister of Tourism. We're trying to do what we can. I brought that to almost any other airlines that we spoke with in Korea to look at Palau again. But, of course, the fifth freedom kind of prevents them from picking up passengers in Guam. But United is just no restriction. And I've already spoken with the guys that handle that in Chicago, and they're still looking at it. And hopefully they'll come back with a positive report.
Well, there's dive tourism. It works here on Guam. Get everything that you need, and then go down and do a couple of days on a liveaboard down in Palau. I know many people that do that, and that is an attractive trip. That and being able to get people. Are we flying to Chuuk now? Can we get on an airplane from Guam and go to Chuuk on a regular basis now?
No, I don't believe
That's too
so.
bad.
I think FSM is scheduled like Yap. You can only leave Yap, I think, on June 8th. They schedule one flight. And so there's no real movement of a regular schedule.
It's that stupid COVID. 8:25 in the morning. Gov, always a pleasure talking with you. Hope I get to see you and Nicole and the Korean Hot Pants and the fam tour sometime in the next few days.
So Nicole sometimes says you stop in and talk to you when more exciting news come out of Korea.
Anytime. I got to run. I'll talk to you soon. Hug and a kiss to Auntie Jerry. All right, Gov. I'll see you soon. No, it is a big deal, guys. And I know that there are some that they go, oh, wait, we had a percent increase in tourism and the hospitality industry here on Guam. Every little bit counts. And
small progress.
Small progress is definitely progress. So I'm happy to see all of this happening. You look at the numbers year over year, and we did not have a good 2020 or a good 2021, but it looks like we are back on the road to recovery, at least in the South Korean market. There's a couple others that we've got to work on, and just waiting out to see what happens in Japan when they're going to be opening up their doors a little bit wider to vaccinated, unvaccinated travel. Frankly, that's the trip I'm looking forward to. Is when we get word from the emperor that I can come back to Japan without having to worry about the vaccination. You vaccinated people. You don't have anything to worry about. For all intents and purposes, you got the shot. You got documentation that shows it. I didn't, and I'm not going to get a shot just so I can get on an airplane again. I'm going to wait it out. We got a new president coming into the Philippines, and it's possible the Bing Bong, Ding Dong. What's the guy's name? Is it Do you know?
I don't, man.
You know what?
I haven't. People are up in arms about it, though, man.
Oh boy, oh boy,
There's
yeah.
a lot of division.
Yes. I'm hearing that. Spent a little bit of time with a Filipino buddy of mine here, just old enough to be aware of what it was like to live under an unending martial law back in the day, and the idea that a journalist, somebody gets on the radio, and now if this was the Philippines and I got on the radio and said, "Oh my God, I can't believe how outdated and inaccurate this statement is," they might not find me. They would just one day. Yeah, just one day. Guy, sorry, he's not here. He's not working today. It just kind of disappeared over the weekend. 8:27 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Still plenty on the table of contents that we get to go over. There is going to be a lunar eclipse coming up, but we're not going to be able to see it because still in a public health emergency. And until we're out of that public health emergency, I think we're going to be embargoed from being able to watch any of that. I did get a note from Bob, who is all over the technology here, says the next full lunar eclipse for Guam will be, are you ready for this, Real Joe?
I'm ready.
Election day.
Oh. Is that a joke?
Seriously, no, it's not a joke. It says here, he looked it up. The next full lunar eclipse for Guam will be on November the 8th, and then we will be able to see. But
what a day to look up. Right?
Exactly. I don't know what kind of moon it's going to be or all of that stuff, but it is kind of interesting. Let me see here. Says, good morning. Please advise. I'm getting word here from the B-man, Dennis Larson. And he wants to have some guys come in over the next couple of days and talk about the B-Day. Did he send it to you too?
We do. We have them scheduled for this week. I do believe the B people will be here on the 17th. That's tomorrow.
Absolutely, absolutely vital. And the reason is because Thursday night at Food Truck Night, it is B-Day, and Dennis and his crew are going to be out there and showing off everything. And I suggest that you go, especially if you got kids, little kids. Maybe you got nieces and nephews out there, grandkids, and they're all kind of, Guam's boring, nothing ever happens here. I wish I lived in the States. Take them down to Food Truck Night on Thursday. And make sure that you stop by they'll have a whole spread set up where the kids will be able to learn about beekeeping and really literally how easy it is. Oh, the science that comes from this is just, it's every time I think about it, knock down, drag out, you absolutely got to give it a shot. 8:29 in the morning, and I got Montecillo Tyron coming up with news and headlines here in just a second. But I want to play something, and I hope I don't get in trouble with the gods of the PGA. I am a nut for Bill Murray. I absolutely love Bill Murray. I think he's the king of funny. And we were talking about him the other day with that, because what's her name? Scarlett Johansson had a birthday or something. We were talking about Sofia Coppola.
Yeah.
And we were talking about Lost in Translation, which might be among the greatest Bill Murray movies in a long time. I mean, it's not the funniest movie, but then he doesn't necessarily have to be funny every time. Remember the Razor's Edge, which came out in the 1980s. But anyway, so one of the other things is when they did Caddyshack, one of the reasons why that was so funny and so real was because Bill Murray and his brothers are all golf nuts.
Oh, yeah.
And you'd think, well, are they any good at golf? So I don't own the rights to this, but I'm going to play it and hope that I don't get into too much trouble with the gods of Facebook. Let me see if I can adjust this so I can get everything into the screen.
Want the audio?
Yeah, actually, I think the audio will should be fairly clean on this because it is from the PGA networks. Anyway, this is Bill Murray, and he's about to sink it. He's about to drain this, but watch the way he does it. If you're watching on Facebook, he comes up, turns in the opposite direction, and sinks the putt without even looking. Sinks it without even looking. Throws the club down, just kind of walks around. What? I can't hear you. I need to be able to hear you guys. Cheer me on a little bit louder. That is the amazing and incredible Bill Murray. And the line that came out of this was that we must do everything within our power and at all costs to protect this man. To protect this man and make sure that no harm ever falls upon him because he might be the greatest living human being of all time.
Well, maybe he's already got a force field around him.
He might. The guy, comedy genius, and you know what? There's a should be able to find it on Netflix. Somebody did kind of a documentary on Bill Murray. And one of Bill Murray's favorite things to do is to go up to absolute and complete strangers and talk to them. And engage in their lives with him. There's a funny story about him going up to a couple that were getting married, and so he jumps into the picture, kind of photobombs the picture, and all of a sudden, this is this great moment of Bill Murray, and he does it all the time. He gets into conversation, he goes to the bathroom, gets into conversations with guys
in the bathroom,
and yeah. Well, and the line is, "No one will ever believe you."
Yeah.
No one will ever believe that something like this happened to you out in Forgotten Fork, Wyoming, or wherever the guy happens to be golfing that weekend.
there I
But
was.
yes, exactly. That, my friends, is an inspiration. Bill Murray is an inspiration, and every day, in every way, we should try to be more like him. It's 8:33 in the morning. Montecillo Tyron's got that last big look at news and headlines coming up after these.
Hey there, folks. It's me, KFC's Extra Crispy Colonel. My KFC Extra Crispy Chicken is freshly double-breaded and fried to a luxurious, mouth-watering bronze. You see, Extra Crispy KFC Chicken isn't just a product, it's a lifestyle.
And for a limited time, KFC's delicious egg tarts are back. Pick up your KFC Extra Crispy Chicken meal and an order of egg tarts at your favorite KFC today. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
We're already Pika's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing The Point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
Done, 8:34 in the morning. Another video I want to show you. This one from Peter J. Santos, among our legal contributors here on the program. And this is him driving around, and you can see in the passenger side of the Bug here, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, looks like 5 coconuts.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. He's on the right side of the car?
I don't know if it's reversed or what. Yeah, but it looks like it's opposite side driving. But he went on a munha hunt, apparently,
Nice.
and when he saw it, he got it. He grabbed some of this stuff. And I got to ask the question: who's driving around in that? There's a bug. It followed me, or I followed it, and we were changing place on the roadway out of Malolo the other night. My 63 is the license plate on this thing. And I've seen it a couple of times since then, believe it or not. And I'm going, okay, that's a nice, juicy bug ride.
That's the Rios brothers.
You think?
Or the Vizagomez.
I don't know. We gotta find out. Are we doing that again? Are we doing bugs? The bug craze on Guam?
It's happening again.
All right, that's fine with me. That and the key cars are, it's groovy. Guys are once again putting some attention back on their rides, and I think that's cool. Need to do another car show, Cos. Know what I'm saying? 8:35 in the morning. Mana Silva Tyron. Not Manha. Mana Silva Tyron now with news and information and our last look at headlines. What happened?
Well, we're told a DPW bus was transporting about 15 or 16 students to CL Taitano Elementary School this morning. It was involved in what appeared to be a minor accident near the PD Church. School administrators were headed to the scene. This is word from the Department of Education. School administrators headed to the scene to make an assessment. Again, no word of any injuries or the like, but again, it did appear to be a minor accident. Some public hearings scheduled today. The first one starts at 9 o'clock with the Appropriations and Taxation Committee. The first bill up for discussion is Bill 281 that deals with the Guam Election Commission and an additional appropriation of about $600,000 to cover the primary election and early in-office voting. Also, Bill 295 is coming up at 9 o'clock, and this deals with the liquid fuel tax and the waiver of some of their surcharges. And then at 2 this afternoon, increase to cost of living allowance. It was a bill, it's written into Bill 257 to increase COLA payments to Gov Guam retirees, giving them about $16 million from the general fund to cover that program. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
All right, gotcha. 7:55 this morning, GW received a tip that a weapon was seen on campus. Out of an abundance of caution, the administration initiated a modified lockdown. They will support them, and support staff will conduct a blanket search. GPD has been contacted contacted to provide support for the investigation, and if there are any updates, we'll get word from Michelle and the folks over at the Department of Education. But as far as it looks like the classes are going to continue because it's career day or something. I'm sure we got speakers that have shown. Wouldn't it be crazy if we saw a weapon on campus, but it was on a cop's holster, and they go through all that time, trouble, and expense, and the blanket searches. But apparently the kids are going to stay in school. That's what we know so far. It's 8:37 on the Ray Gibson Show. Is that the other Governor Leon Guerrero? Ken LG coming up next.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
How about portions of the program being brought to you by our friends over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. And they did a survey and found that buying a new car, is among the most pleasurable things in life. Did you hear about that? I was talking about that a little bit earlier, up to and including even getting into a new relationship. But that's kind of the thing, isn't it? Getting into a new car is part of a new relationship. And how about for a change, a relationship that works for you? Huh? How about a relationship that saves you money on things that you need every day, like transportation and gasoline? At NissanGuam.com, the 30-plus mile per gallon club. It's an exclusive club. Not everybody has got it. Not every dealer on Guam says, oh, yeah, we got half a dozen vehicles here that get better than 30 miles to the gallon. But Nissan can. Nissan Versa, 35 miles to the gallon. The Sentra and the Kicks, 33 miles to the gallon. Altima and the Rogue, right? High-flying, styling automobiles here, 32 miles to the gallon. And if you want, how about this Nissan Leaf, the equivalent of 111 miles to the gallon, because this is an electric-powered car. Find out more at NissanGuam.com. $8:39 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show, and yet another opportunity for me to say that this is inaccurate and outdated. The governor wary of waste-to-energy plants' potential toxic byproducts. Yeah, we have the EPA now, and I'm sure that they're not going to allow for any kind of toxic anything to be associated with a waste-to-energy plant. But that's among other arguments that are being made against the idea of waste-to-energy and incineration. One of the guys, the opponents of the idea is the other Governor Leon Guerrero, Ken Leon Guerrero, and in this case, oddly, seeming to be on the same side of the issue as the real Governor Leon Guerrero. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning. As you know, for the past 15 years, I have been in opposition. And it's not about waste energy. I understand and believe in waste energy. It's just, it's not for Guam. When Bob was bringing up his points, every single one of those waste energy plants in Japan is in a city of 2.5 million population or more.
Okay.
We do not have 2.5 million people here on Guam. And remember when oil was $156 a barrel?
Vividly.
Cleveland was looking at a waste energy plant there because they have 1.8 million people and they generate something in the neighborhood of 1,500 to 2,000 tons of trash a day. And they had 25 proposals for waste to energy, and they had them evaluated. And at the end of spending $1.5 million evaluating 25 proposals from companies that have actually designed, built, and operated waste energy plants, they canceled it because it was not affordable at $156 a barrel. Hilo was looking at a waste energy plant the same time this GRRP contract was on the table, and they said we cannot afford it because once they got the plans and the cost and everything. So if Hilo, which had 180,000 people at the time, couldn't afford it, and they had the highest electricity rate in the United States, and they couldn't afford it, how can we at 150,000 people afford it? Especially when you consider the fact that we have spent a lot of money investing in solar energy, and the solar energy hasn't cost taxpayers a penny, and the taxpayers are not guaranteeing the project, and the taxpayers are not guaranteeing the bonds. And if this waste energy project was so good, so lucrative, so valuable, you would think the company would say, look, we'll do a private activity bond, but we will not require government of Guam and GITA to be the guarantors of the bond.
Which they did.
No, they didn't. I
GITA's,
have the contract right here.
has not GITA offered a private activity bond?
With recourse to GITA and government of Guam. They take out that line, and we don't give them 25 acres of land because we don't give any other business 25 acres of land and transfer title.
Is that in the current agreement?
Yes, land, infrastructure, water, power, sewer, and a road.
And are those not all things that can be negotiated? If these guys want to, if they believe that they've got a going concern and will be able to do something about the weighty trash problem that we have here, and the opportunity to provide alternate forms of electricity to the people of Guam and help the Power Authority avoid the cost of it, then it seems to me that those are the kinds of things that you can say, well, all right, tell you what, we'll go ahead and take that out of the contract, or we'll just won't enforce that part of the contract by way of what's the word I'm looking for? Happy feelings amongst everybody. It's a harmony of interest, if you will.
Well, there is no contract.
Okay. So, I mean, that's the basis of a conversation that we've got to get started. Dave Sablon will disagree vehemently on that point. He believes that they've got a valid agreement and a valid opportunity to do business here on Guam, and you and others say there is no contract, there is no agreement.
And that's what the court ruled. They threw out the lawsuit against government of Guam for not writing a new contract when the Supreme Court voided the 03 contract. So that was the suit. They filed a $20 million lawsuit against government of Guam for not writing a new contract. Judge La Morena threw the case out, and now they're acting as if there is a contract when there isn't. GITA withdrew their support for the contract after I did a presentation on it. I have a presentation scheduled for the solid waste on the 19th, and I'm in discussions with the Mayor's Council to do a presentation to them as well. The same one I did to GITA that caused GITA to withdraw their support for the project.
All right, 8:45 in the morning, and things are going to get a little bit confusing. I will have at least two voices. Hopefully, you guys aren't going to be talking over each other, and we'll give each one an opportunity. It's not, unfortunately, not Dave Sablon, but I've got.
Dave and I are friends on everything except for this.
That's fine. Well, what about Bob Kelly? Because I got him on the phone. He wanted to chime in to the conversation. How do you feel about Bob?
Bob's one of my favorite people in the world, too.
Glad to hear that. Bob, did you get a chance to hit Carabao last night? I forgot to ask.
No, I didn't because I wasn't going to have the meeting, and I went home and drank my daytime IPA, which I like better.
I did. They've got a keto-friendly, just FYI, Ken, this will be good for you. There is a keto-friendly, no carbohydrate, low alcohol content beer over at Carabao. It's called 105 something. So you're welcome to try that and see if it meets the stringent demands of the keto enthusiast. Okay,
well,
Bob, go.
Just going on keto before I jump into waste energy. There's nothing that I have found that is a better tasting beer that is keto friendly than the daytime IPA. That is my go-to, and will probably be for most of the rest of my life unless they quit making it.
Available almost universally.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I even have I have a couple favorite bars that are serving it just because they want to serve me.
Okay,
Anyway,
you guys are going to need to go fast. I've got Chanel on the line from Public Health, and I want to spend some time with her.
Okay, sure. What I wanted to say to Ken is I don't mind having the debate and the discussion and the analysis of cost. Obviously, we need to have a much smaller plant than Cleveland or Japan has, and it's got to be scaled down. But it also does save the landfill expansion, and there's a lot of cost in that, and we need to look at the cost of what it reduces in the trash disposal of the landfill and what we can gain in power. My objection is using biological or hazards or what's coming out of that, and that is a fallacy. If people want to sit down and do studies of price effectiveness, what it means long-term for the landfill, I'm for that as long as we do it with a reasonable objective accounting. I am not for people throwing out things about it being unsafe and it's going to cause pollution or something when it's just the opposite. That's the objection I have. Let's get down and do a study objectively on a scaled-down version to see if it makes sense for Guam and saves cost of landfill.
Yep. What he said.
Okay, can I address that concern?
Please.
Pearl Harbor did a scaled-down waste energy plant in an effort to handle the waste at Pearl Harbor. They shut it down after 9 months because it was cost prohibitive for them to run a scaled-down plant, and they sent their stuff to Hawaii. Now, Hawaii periodically has to pay millions of dollars in liquidated damages. I think the last time they had to pay like $6.2 million because the waste stream changed, because of conservation and packaging. You know, the tonnage dropped down, and so the municipal city and county of Honolulu had to pay $6.2 million because they weren't delivering the amount of trash, and they are concerned. Now, bear in mind, Hawaii burns 92% of their trash. But they were concerned that with this COVID and the drop-off in tourism, that they were going to be forced to pay millions more because of the reduction in the waste stream. But they, force majeure kicked in, so they were spared that by that force majeure. But waste energy, I looked at it. I tried to get a contract with the Navy myself, and I had a consultant come out here, and he told me, well, the waste stream here in Guam is pretty damp. It's not going to be very efficient at all. In order to make it more efficient, you're going to have to dry your waste, because the waste here, because of the rain and the humidity, is very, very damp. You're not going to get the BTU levels out of it that you're hoping for unless we have to dry it first.
We'll run it through a dryer. Okay, I got it. Bob, you want to add anything to that? That last part sounded kind of nonsense.
Let's do an objective study from a neutral point on the cost and so on, and let's quit talking about the pollution and look at what it would cost to build a small incineration that the heat can be used to generate electricity.
Yep.
Incineration, I've just got one more. If we had an incinerator without the waste energy, we would reduce the landfill still by a factor of probably 8 to 10. That would really extend the landfill, and is the cost of incineration going to save us money on to try to extend the landfill and build it? And if the cost of incineration is objectively good, then let's use the heat to make a little bit of power. I still think we need to objectively look at it. I'll discuss it next time when you have more time with Ken, but I do think that we should quit talking about pollution and start talking about the facts.
I don't disagree, and I hope that there is a lively debate, and I hope it happens soon so that we can make up our minds one way or the other about this and stop talking about it. In the meantime, the trash continues to pile up in all of the villages on Guam. There are people that have trash, need to find a way to get rid of it, and I think there might be an option here that will allow for everybody's dream come true, and that would be universal, free trash collection here on Guam. No reason why we can't use that as one of the objectives of this task. Ken, I got to let you go, Bob. Always fun talking with you. All right, guys. Love you, Mina. Bye. Okay, hanging up now. I got a bigger name on line 3. Was a certainly more attractive name on line 3. It's 8:51 in the morning. I've got Janella from the Department of Public Health and Social Services online. Good morning, Janella.
Hey, good morning, Ray. How are you doing?
You know what? I'm doing good now. Chanel over the weekend posted this picture of her hot sister and talking about how beautiful she is and everything. I'm like, wow. You know what? Both of you are fire. I just want to say that.
Thank you. I was hacked. I would never do that.
Oh, you were hacked. I'm sorry. That's too crazy a conversation. And actually, you know, I was busy with the conversation on the guys with whatever it is the incinerator and waste to energy, and I wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity to talk with you about things that are taking place as we wind down a little bit from COVID-19 and other activities of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. So now that we're not doing so much COVID, what is keeping you occupied?
Yeah, well, as you know, we did issue a press release last week regarding the baby formula concerns. I know that there was something that we issued a couple months ago about possible contamination in the recall of baby formula at the Abbott Sturgis facility.
Right.
So that continues, and so we issued another release last week just to kind of inform the public of the latest update. The FDA issued another press release of their own, informing the public about their efforts to try to ramp up production of infant formula. So here in Guam, it's also somewhat affecting us, although we're not seeing the same kind of shortages that is occurring in the mainland.
Yeah, I mean, I went to the gas station last week, and while I was buying my beer and ice, I noticed that they have a lot of formula underneath the counter.
They do, yeah. So we still have stock availability here. Stores are, you know, we're in contact with the distributor here. We're in contact with retail stores, especially the ones that we supply or that we have vendors for WIC products.
Mm-hmm.
And so we know where baby formula is, infant formula is, and then we're letting our clients know this is where you can get them, this is how many is available. And so we're constantly communicating. And so when the supply is running low, we'll let our clients know, okay, it's kind of low in this area, you might want to go here. But what we did in preparation for that is we're placing, or not placing orders, but we're asking the manufacturers, hey, can you can you send us a little bit more because we may run low in the future. And so we don't want what's going on in the States to happen here in Guam.
Well, there are alternatives to formula. Many women are capable of breastfeeding. They don't necessarily need to go someplace and buy up the formula. I know from experience that it's a little bit more convenient, I think, to be able to just go, whisk it up in the kitchen and serve it up to the baby. But there are certainly alternatives. And I was talking to Dr. Macris last weekend, and while the regular cow's milk is not as fortified as breast milk or formula, it should do in a pinch.
Yeah, so in our press release that we issued last week, and this was also at the advice of the FDA and the American Academy of Pediatrics, there were some links that we sent out for alternatives as well that mothers can do. Of course, breastfeeding is always encouraged. That is actually one of the cornerstones of the WIC program is we highly encourage breast milk. But if that's not an option, because there are some moms who are not able to produce breast milk, or it may just not be an option for them, or, if they already chose to use infant formula and, they've just dried up and they're no longer able to produce breast milk, then they might not be able to go that route or use that option.
Okay.
So in that instance, there are other alternatives in the meantime that they can use. But again, as I said, right now we're not at that stage, but in the event we reach that stage, we are making preparations, and we've informed the public of what the alternatives are that they can do. And so there are some formulas that they can use, other formulas. I know that there's cow's milk, but there's also some other formulas I think that they've used in the past that you can mix as an alternative. And then we also have an exchange that can be used that has been allowed. Actually, it's been allowed quite a while now, even before this this recall occurred. So the FNS, Food and Nutrition Services, has allowed for this exchange. So if for example, the WIC approved product is not available, then they can actually purchase a different product that may not necessarily be approved by WIC in exchange for the product that.
But it still meets all the safety requirements and things like that. Right. I got to ask, and we talk about this every once in a while. We've got the supermarket, the Sari that your mom runs. And so is there a possibility that instead of bringing out Krispy Kreme donuts, that you might go out there and get some Pro-Mill or some Nestogen from the Philippines, and could a retailer do that, bring in formulas from the Philippines?
We've never actually inquired about that, if that's something that can be done. But see, the thing is, I don't know if those types of products from the Philippines would meet the requirements under FNS. Under
the WIC program, I can see where there might be some difficulties in translation.
Right.
But
it's not manufactured in the U.S.
Yeah, in the very least, there might be some people that have an interest and say, I'm fine, I'll go ahead and pay for it. I just need to have access to it. So far, you're right. I'm not hearing about any major shortages of formula here on Guam, and to the degree that I've looked for it, I've been able to see it in places kind of unexpected, as we say, like the gas station.
Right, yeah. And we are monitoring it. We're communicating, and we're getting an inventory regularly from the retailers and the distributors, the wholesalers.
All right, well, that's good. That is good news here. That is good news.
Right.
Are you all done with the testing and vaccination phases out of public health? Is that going to end by the end of the month?
I don't. Well, so we're still continuing to offer testing and vaccination. So I think, as when Fernando had his interview with you, I think his target is sometime in June. But I think, even on a smaller scale, we're still going to continue to offer that because, the WHO and the CDC still has us in a global pandemic. So I think as long as there's a need for it, we're going to continue to offer it, even if it's on a smaller scale.
I got you. And your thoughts on the election in the Philippines as a journalist and as a member of the Filipino community here on Guam. What are you hearing? I've yet to find somebody that said, "Thank God a Marcos is back in the president's house."
Well, I got to tell you, my parents are diehard Marcos.
Oh, wow.
Well, my parents lived under martial law.
Mm-hmm.
They were martial law. That was their generation.
They're veterans of it. Yeah. So they didn't come to America fleeing martial law?
No. But they're from the province. So they benefited from martial law. They weren't from Manila, so they didn't experience, that type of dictatorship rule and, They didn't see the atrocities of martial law. They experienced what people from the provinces did, which was peace, unity. That's what they experienced.
Wow,
so they have
amazing.
a different perspective.
I suppose so. Like this is the first time I've heard from anybody saying, "Oh yeah, it's a good thing. I'm glad he's back in the palace." Malacanang rings again with the sounds of ballroom dancing.
Yeah, my entire province, where I'm from, they're all Marcos supporters, all of them. Every single one of them.
I'm going to do a little bit of research and then we're going to have a great sit down. I'll see you sometime soon. By the way, you missed my birthday party.
I know. I'm so sorry. Belated happy birthday, Ray. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you, sweetheart. It's
you
9 o'clock.
Reached a new threshold in life.
I think I absolutely have, but you can buy me a drink later.
Okay.
All right. Talk to you pretty soon. There's Janella from the Department of Public Health and Social Services. If you're worried about formula, maybe the smart thing to do is buy it here and send it to your friends in the States that are having babies because they can't find them on the shelves there. It's 9. Maybe they'll talk about that in Fox News.
Investigation. There are warrants that have been obtained. There are warrants that will continue to be obtained both on the state and the federal levels. We'll be looking at extensive digital platforms, computers, phones, cameras, and anything else that comes into play in this investigation.
The 18-year-old suspect is in custody facing murder charges. Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, who is a big lead in polls for the Democratic nomination in his state's U.S. Senate race, says he suffered a stroke Friday. He and his wife, Giselle, posted this message on Twitter.
Hey, everybody. It's John and Giselle. As you can see, we hit a little bump on the campaign trail.
It was on Friday. I just wasn't feeling very well, so I decided, you know what, I need to get checked out, so I went to the hospital.
You get checked out. Because I was right, as always.
Fetterman says the doctors were able to remove the clot and he suffered no cognitive damage. He's expected to be released soon from the hospital. America is listening to Fox News.
When the pandemic first started and we had no idea that it was going to affect our business till March of 2020. Orders from public health, roadblocks, restriction. It was a very hard time for me. What really has saved my business is the SBA and the PPP program. I felt keeping the employees was so important because I had faith that my government would help me later, the federal government. We applied and we received 2 PPP loans equaling up to $425,000. That money saved me because it's been 2 years. I think 80 or 90% of the restaurants have closed. The only reason I'm here because of my devoted clientele and the federal government.
Thank you for helping save jobs with federal funds.
Thank you to the federal government for all the federal ARP money.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Tesla's CEO, who is in the process of acquiring Twitter, says the social media giant didn't like one of his recent tweets.
Elon Musk says he is still committed to purchasing Twitter after revealing the company's legal team accused him of violating a non-disclosure agreement. Musk said the $44 billion deal is temporarily on hold pending details supporting Twitter's calculation that fake or bot accounts represent less than 5% of Twitter users. To verify, Musk encouraged his followers to randomly sample 100 accounts, claiming that's the sample size Twitter uses to check for bots. Musk says after he tweeted about their bot review process, Twitter accused him of violating the NDA. Musk has promised to remove fake accounts once he's in control of the company. Richard Jordan, Fox News.
For the first time in over 2 years, new saints are canonized in Rome.
Pope Francis hosts the first official canonization at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City since October of 2019, following the pandemic. And of the 10, 4 women become saints, including Marie Revere, who founded the Congregation of the Sisters of the Presentation of Mary during the French Revolution in 1796, Mother Anna Maria Rubato, and Maria Domenica Mantovani, both who founded missionaries in the 19th century that exist globally today, and Blessed Sister Maria of Jesus, who founded the Capuchin Sisters of Immaculate Mary of Lourdes in Sicily in 1910. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
A British and a German tourist accused of smuggling ancient shards out of Iraq appeared at a Baghdad court Sunday, telling judges they had no idea they broke any laws. The court's trying to determine whether the men were trying to profit by taking the 12 items, which were found in baggage of the men while they tried to fly out of Baghdad in March. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
My name is John Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program in Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program in Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Why, certainly, portions of the program brought to you by the team over at APL. That's American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And good news for fans of, well, I was going to say, do I want to do cake or do I want to do Wendy's? Went to Wendy's over the weekend and an opportunity to hit the drive-thru. And I couldn't make up my mind whether I wanted the Parmesan salad, Parmesan chicken salad, or Dave's Hot and Juicy. Ooh. So I just had both. And you know what? I know I'm running tomorrow, so I'm just going to eat both. But if you've got grads in the family, and I think everybody is graduating at least one kid this season, celebrate with Cold Stone Creamery's graduation-themed ice cream cakes. Or try the tall, dark, and delicious signature ice cream cake. Call in, visit, or order online at coldstonecreamery.com. From Cold Stone Creamery to the class of 2022, you did it.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Wait, I'm looking for the picture. I'm looking for a picture here. I'm trying to decide how badly I want to trigger listeners of the program. Has everybody seen that recent Calvin Klein advertisement? Have you seen it? It's on the internet. I'm looking. There it is.
Oh, there you go.
Calvin Klein trolled for hiring pregnant man to promote a brand on Mother's Day. Let me get this up on the screen so everybody, because it's a pregnant guy. Everybody says guys can't get pregnant. There's a picture of a guy right there, and there's a baby in the belly. There's a baby in the belly.
Second trimester, Ray. Probably.
I don't know. Okay, so it's a woman that identifies clearly as a man and has taken whatever the appropriate drugs are in order to make her look more like a man, growing facial hair and no more boobies. And yeah, just a wow, what a waste. And so yeah. Everybody says pregnant man. Men can't get pregnant. It is a woman who's transitioned whatever, chemically, surgically, whatever, into what appears to be a man. So that's where we are in 2022. So there you go.
Never saw it coming, right?
Yeah. But you know,
wasn't there a movie back in the day of a pregnant guy?
Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger was in it.
Okay.
9.5 weeks.
Right.
No, it wasn't the name of the movie, but you know what I'm talking about. 9 after what time is it? 9 after 9 in the morning. And what happened to the old days where you get Brooke Shields in a pair of Calvin Kleins? That was nice. I mean that's it's artistic. But in this case here, it is a brazen attempt, it seems to me, by the guys over at Calvin Klein to just get some attention. Just get some attention. Did you know that you can go to the Calvin Klein website, but they still have clothes either made for men or women? It's not like we've got any mysterious third or fourth or 15th gender here that we're trying to market to. So I think it's all just marketing and an attempt to get a whole lot of people talking about. Oh, did you see the Calvin Klein ad with the pregnant man on it? Because I don't know. I guess that's funny to those people.
Yeah, it is.
It's just trying to trigger all the unwoke people out there. Do you suppose it's woken anybody? Do you suppose ads like that, provocative things like that, are capable of getting people that would normally just go to Kmart and buy BVDs to say, you know what, I need to spend $30 a pair for a pair of just one pair of underwear. Can I do that over at the Calvin place? Do you suppose they'll have this picture up over at Macy's in our Calvin Klein department? I don't know. But it is kind of interesting. So cue the triggered unwoke crowd here to try to make some noise on the interwebs and all of that. Twitter was kind of going crazy on. And speaking of Twitter, Did Elon Musk buy it? They mentioned it in the newscast, but I was busy, sending you pictures of my friends.
I think they're processing, but maybe there's a little bit of I don't know if I want to buy it. I'm hearing not sure.
Yeah, because he wants to make sure. He wants to make sure that he's actually buying as many actual human beings as Twitter says they have. They said no more than 5% of this is bots, and I'm going no. I'm not feeling that. I'm not feeling that. There are an awful lot of actual bots on the thing. Okay, I was forwarded a thing from what is that? What it is? Hold on, I gotta send this to Joe. It's a forward, and I want you to listen to it for quality. Forward to Joe Cruz. Okay. I incidentally am incapable of multitasking. There's some people that can talk and work their phone at the same time. I'm incapable of it. Just if you don't mind, Real Joe, if you could just do me a favor and check that out and let me know if that is clean and can be used on the air. If you don't mind. 888-825-58-TALK. It's from my sister, so that means it should be fairly clean and a point that is being made that nobody taught her how to say mabuhay.
Yeah, it seems like a gathering of the Filipino community of Guam, maybe, right. And she's doing a talk up there. I guess it's a pocket meeting, maybe.
It could be. All right, should we play it? Is it clean?
Yeah, it's pretty clean.
Okay, let's see what it looked like at a recent political gathering. I'm going to assume it's in Dededo. It's my jam. What?
I look weak.
Hi, Dave. Many what? What are we trying to say here? Let's get that song back on. I don't know. Okay, all right. I don't know what it was that she was trying to say. Listen, Lulian Guerrero at a re-election rally. I'm going to assume, like I said, up in Dededo before a very large Filipino crowd, and I don't know whether she's butchering the word or maybe she's saying it right. I'm not sure which word it was that she was trying to get out to everybody. At any rate, here's the deal, Gov. If you want to know how to effectively communicate with your Filipinos, yes, ask Carl. Ask Carl. I've seen the guy in front of a Filipino crowd. He's very good with the maramings and the sanyan lahat. He is very, very good at all of that. If you want, just go to him. A little bit of a primer, and say the guy's good. That's why he was elected, and as many times as he has been for whatever offices he's run for. 9:14 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, and frankly, the big deal is you want that crowd. All you got to do is go to what is it? What's that church? The one that looks like Disneyland Church.
Iglesia de Cristo.
Yeah, you go to the INC. Go to the INC and get whoever is in charge of the INC to back you, and that's all you need. He just needs to go up on from the pulpit and tell all of his parishioners to follow you. That is traditionally the way that the people get elected or get a lot of notoriety or name recognition in the Filipino crowd. But of course you know that. 9:14 in the morning, 888-825-58-TALK. Table of contents items, some of which we have gone over and have reached out to, but have not yet gotten anything back from Frank the Crank Camacho. Was watching yesterday with some friends on the big screen over at Carabao, the fight, the MMA fight, UFC, whatever. I forget what division. What is it? Lightweight division? Light heavyweight?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But I tell you what, just the thrill watching on television, ESPN2, and there is a picture, this video of a guy I know.
World stage,
man. A guy that I know, and I could not have been more proud of Frank the Crank Camacho as he went into the ring for the first time in some time. And took on, I want to say, a guy that was a few years his junior, a little bit longer of a reach, certainly smaller, but it also surprised me. And I've seen Frank a couple of times in the last 4 or 5 months, and I've got to say, I mean, from in terms of his physique, That guy was shredded, man. He was absolutely ripped and ready for that fight, and just got into the ring with a guy that might have been more ripped and ready than he was. And some of the video that they showed of this guy prior. I mean, this guy, he could connect with his punches, and in fact, there was one video of him taking on somebody else, and I thought, my God, that's just brutal the way he was going to town on this guy's face. And I was, you don't want to see anything like that happen to you. I was a little bit obviously disappointed when a technical knockout was declared in that fight, and as soon as it was, because it looked like he was able to defend himself through most of that initial round, and then he got hit with a 1-2 combination, and that put him down. But even then, it's not like his eyes were closed. It's not like he was actually knocked out. He was on his back for sure, but he looked like he was ready to rumble. He looked like he was ready to get in there and mix it up on the ground. And the referee said, "Nah, it's enough." Technical knockout, and the game was all over. And then they let the girls fight, which is always fun to watch. I mean, it doesn't even need to be in the ring. Watching chicks fight, there's just something about that. It reminds me of the days I used to go and visit my girlfriend over at GW, and there was always some kind of chick riot going on at the time. Anyway, 9:17 in the morning, and we wish him good luck and hurry home, get the training back in, and we'll see what happens at the next one. I don't know how these kinds of things work, whether he's going to be invited to participate anymore at this national kind of international level that he's at. But in the very least, even if you don't ever step into a big ring like that one, you've been a hell of an inspiration to so many young people here on Guam, and you're one of the guys that will talk the talk, and as we know, literally walk the walk. So hurry home, get yourself some rest, and then get back in and start working out, just like Cousin Troy does every day at the gym. Good morning, Cousin Troy. How you doing?
Good morning, Cousin Ray. I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I'd sent you a note over the weekend on the WhatsApp. I don't think you've had a chance to respond to it. Have we gotten the word from, who's that guy? Have we gotten the word from Felix's camp and Mike's camp and the governor's camp on whether or not they're going to be participating in the debate?
Congressman Nicholas has confirmed. I was told that on Saturday the Camacho camp was going to be discussing their participation. And Crystal Pacos and Augustine told me that the Luliang Borough campaign also is and will be back to me.
So I can't recall. Did we give them a deadline to respond?
No, we didn't give them a deadline.
All right.
I was just remembering all those debates that we were invited to back in 2010, 2014, and how even up to the last minute there were questions as to whether one camp or another would be participating. And it all flew around, questions of fairness, how the coin tosses went, all silly stuff.
Oh,
like
boy.
that.
Yeah, well, I mean, a point is that Ken Leon Guerrero made, though, was you remember if Frank, what's his name, Uggan was going to be a part of the debate, she would not. Do you suppose that we'll see the same thing now that Mike St. Nicholas is running for that office?
I don't know. If I were in any of those camps, I've always recommended that candidates who I supported participate in the debate, because it looks really bad when you don't. Because it makes it either people will believe that you have something to hide, or that you're incompetent and unable to articulate the issues that you stand for.
Oh, there's a shot across the bow.
No, well, I mean, that's just in general in any campaign.
Yeah, but and for any candidate.
Yeah, for any candidate, you don't want to shy away from the opportunity to showcase your platform. And by the way, this is called Platform 22 is the name of the debate.
Cool.
And to challenge your opponents when they say things about either their record, your record, or the things that they want to do. Especially if you're the incumbent, you come from a position of strength, because it is your record that is being challenged. Mm-hmm. And so if you have a record that you're running on, you want to scream that to the hilt at every opportunity that you can get, from going door to door, to being in talking meetings, to your commercials, to debates where there are large audiences who will watch.
I did not get a chance to look at your last spotlight, but I'm getting word right now as we're talking, says congratulate him on his last spotlight. Great observations and advice. And I only saw the kind of the headline, the tease on my WhatsApp. What is the point of your spotlight this week?
Oh, I handed out free advice. So I basically went down how ugly elections have been since I've been involved in 2002, and every gubernatorial election all the way to 2018. I called out some of the, and when I say negative campaign, I don't mean the contrasting of records. I'm talking about those underhanded black operations that happened.
Oh yeah, I tell you, I'm familiar with a couple of those. In fact, I was involved to a third degree on one of those. My name had come up, and I'm like, wow, that's funny.
Oh, I don't remember. I was actually a victim of black operations.
Well, wait a second. But it made more sense for you to be a victim of psyops and black campaign ops. I mean, it was very clear that you were not supportive of a Tenorio administration. And in fact, I remember when I was at a particular campaign headquarters, I was at Dennis Rodriguez's place when Ray came across the street. I thought that was my feisty cousin Troy that night.
Oh, good times. Good times. Good times.
Oh, my God, that was, oh, my God, what a night.
So I named for each of the three governor candidates in that story, I named what I thought were strategies to play up their strengths, and then I named what their weaknesses were, and if I were on the opposite side, what I would point out as their weaknesses and drive home, and even how those candidates can respond to accusations about their weaknesses.
Well, here's but here's the thing, cuz I mean, obviously, and I play the video again. Obviously, we've got activity going on. The Leon Guerrero Tenorio campaign is in full swing. They are totally operational, and they're out there doing pocket meetings. They've got a zillion signs up all over the place so far. I mean, just up and down the road that I live in, there's already 2 Lou and Josh signs, and nothing out of Felix and Tony, and nothing out of Mike St. Nicholas. I mean, at some point, I mean, I don't know. It's 102 days between now and the primary election. Felix doesn't have all that much work to do, but Mike does. And I'm wondering when we're going to see more of that ground game, because it is a ground game when we're talking about the primary.
Yeah, and it's the power of the incumbency. One, you're able to sort of harness people and resources, and so the governor does have that as an advantage. And as far as popularity goes, I think there's a question. I think she has to do that. The governor has to run a strong campaign because her popularity has waned during her administration, and so she has to get her message out about her strengths, and she has to start contrasting herself with her opponents if she wants to pick up her popularity going into the primary and the general election. So, and when I say going into the primary in general, it's because we're still not sure whether there's going to be a contested primary for either of what could be 3 parties. You know, Mike St. Nicholas could run as an independent, and then everything could go to a general election, and then maybe even into a.
Well, I think that question has been resolved. I don't think that the Democratic CEC is going to be making as many dunderheaded moves as they did before. I think now it's going to be just straight ahead and concentrate on winning the primary for Lou. Never mind closing and opening and then or opening, sorry, and then closing and then opening again.
You know. If I were at the St. Nicholas campaign, I would want to get that in writing from the Guam Election Commission or something. You know, that nothing's going to change before running as a Democrat.
Oh, I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but I mean, nothing can happen. I mean, I think the Election Commission was very, very clear when they said we simply don't have enough time to be able to do this. What with we got to get the mailing out to uniformed men and women and kids away in college. We've got to do all the absentee work. They've also going to start early voting before you know it, and there's just not enough time to promulgate any rules and regulations, go through a AAA process, and then have that adopted.
Funnier things have happened in politics.
This is, nothing surprises me anymore, but it would surprise me if the Election Commission went along with that. And if they did, and I was in charge of Maria Pangilinan, I would say send them a bill. I would send them a huge stinking bill for using the Guam Election Commission to conduct a closed primary.
Yeah, if I were Maria Pangilinan, I would just be pissed the sort of monkey wrench that they tried to throw into the process.
No, absolutely. And now they say, okay, well, we want you to get started so that we can work on this in the 2024 election. And I'm going, what? You guys, come on. This is something that we all of us need to sit down and as adults talk about, as opposed to what is clearly electoral gaming of the system that the CEC was trying to do.
I think they should get rid of the primary election.
That's fine with me. That's fine with me, and just close it. Republicans want to have an election. You guys go ahead and do your caucus and give me a candidate and 15 names to bring to the general election. That's fine, and do the same thing with the Democrats, and let the independents be able to have their day in the sun as well.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that, especially as it turns out, because that there are more people on Guam that identify as independent or identify as neither Republican or Democrat. I think there's much to be said about a Republican Party out there that isn't one of either of the clubs and just wants to see things progress on Guam. And lately, I think this partisan process that we have is not doing us any favors.
I agree.
People are going to be raving. There will be raving here soon about the incredible work that has been done on Marine Corps Drive. And I'm not going to take that away from DPW, the contractors, or anybody. They've done an outstanding job. They've there's places there where now all of a sudden, when I'm driving in Agana, East Agana area, I can hardly wait to get past the old Pizza Hut, because I know that the road is going to be better. Not as many divots in the roadway, speed dimples, I call them. Not as many potholes. Everything seems to be at the same level, and I know that they're going to get the markings done. And so I'm crazy about this. But there's going to be a touting. Stand by for touting. They say, look at all this great work that we did on the road. And then somebody's got to remember to come back and say, thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds. All of that is federal money from the buildup.
This happens every 4 years. And yes, as far as all the improvements on the roads are going, this is all from federal funds.
Yeah, stand by. And in fact, that money has been out there, and these projects have been on the books since even before the pandemic. They just don't have the contracting resources to have gotten done until right about now. So, I mean, that's where we are. But there's going to be, hey, look at me, I fixed your roads. How about me? Bota.
So one of the points that I make in the story is that, unlike when Eddie Calvo was running in 2014, and when he was saying, look at all the roads that I'm fixing. There was a lot of road construction that happened in 2014. Contrast that with the election now. Eddie Calvo was not running against Congresswoman Madeline Bordallo, who could take credit for getting the federal funds for Eddie Calvo to fix those roads. The problem that Lulian Guerrero runs into in this election, when she takes credit for anything that originated with federal funds, from road construction to the ability to pay tax refunds faster, to everything for Government Philippines, one of her opponents is the reason she has the money to do all of that stuff. And so it's a bit tricky for her to take that credit. And it's one of the things that we point out in that story.
Yeah. Well, I'll be sure to take a look at it at some point here today. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and I want to say the big deal for you on Friday was the beginning of the impeachment hearings. And I obviously missed that. I count on you to get me up to speed on everything. But the takeaway that came from Will Castro and the governor's office in the NMI is, we flew premium on airplanes, but so did you, and so did that guy over there.
Yeah,
so there is what kind of defense is that? There's a novel defense. Is you're just as guilty as I am. What the hell?
We got to start with the impeachment trial. Started in a kangaroo court where there was defense to argue their side, and they went unargued because the Senate did not allow prosecutors to do the trial. This is a sham of a trial. Let's start with that. Secondly, the gaslighting that happened with the governor's attorney, Anthony Uggins. His argument, and on just one of the articles, Article 3 on the travel, his argument was first, there are these travel regulations that the governor began in 2021 after all of the illegal travel happened and after it was called out. He began this in 2021. And actually, we don't know where it is in the administrative adjudication process. But it says that the governor can travel first class. The first thing about that is you can't make a rule or regulation that's in direct conflict with a law. There's a law that says that government officials cannot use public funds to travel first or business class.
Even if it brought in millions as part of their defense here. Where's that? I'm looking at there were like 3 or 4 documents that came out of Will over the weekend here. Governor Torres' travel served a public benefit. Former senior advisor testifies that millions came as a result of that trip. Yeah, but it's still illegal.
It's still illegal. And then their second gaslighting argument was, well, the lieutenant governor traveled first class, and the attorney general himself traveled first class, and which led to the third point of, the governor just didn't know that it was illegal. Ignorance is the law.
There's no excuse. Yeah, that's what Bob Klitzky has taught me.
The other thing is he's the freaking governor. If the governor does not know what the law is, why don't we just let all the criminals go on that defense?
Then there is the statement on deer meat for dinner based on the sworn testimony of the MVA Priscilla Acapulco. The deer meat for dinner promotion delivered a return on investment that exceeded all expectations. She stated that promotion served a public purpose. Integrating Mr. Rob Harrington, who is a world-recognized online influencer, would benefit the Commonwealth. Rob Harrington. Real Joe, Google that. Find out who Rob Harrington is, and is consistent with authority strategy of maintaining a strong online presence. The MVA managing director stated the inbound flights were suspended as a result of COVID, so MVA decided to invest in and maintain a strong online presence. The board of directors approved the deer meat for dinner budget of $59,000. Total actual expenses did not exceed $50,000. Deer meat for dinner produced 20 videos. Total views for the videos exceeded 35 million. Exposure value is approximately $35 per view. I have no idea where that number comes from.
And zero tourists because it happened in the middle of the pandemic.
Right. Given this, the reported ad exposure value is in excess of $1 billion. MVA managing director compared how successful this promotional program was in comparison to other sponsored events.
But first of all, that's all just ridiculous. Secondly, it still doesn't answer the question of why the governor was on a personal fishing trip with his family using public funds for that.
Because Rob Harrington.
He's the owner of the Deer Meat for Dinner. He's got 150,000 followers on Instagram alone, and then a YouTube channel as well. It's all hunting and fishing.
So is it straight up Jed?
Yeah. It's delicious.
Must be. Okay, well, we'll watch and see how it plays out. But Will Castro doing his job, just cranking out the BS, multiple reports at a time from the CNMI, and as you said, Kangaroo Court. What's next? Where are we gonna? Where is the next bout of hilarity going to be coming from the CNMI?
Well, actually, right now we're live. I'm away from the studio to do this phone call, but we're live right now with the House of Representatives majority and 3 of the opposition senators, Paul Manglonia, Edith de Leon Guerrero, and Teresita Santos, who are responding to the Kangaroo Court from Friday. And then at 10 a.m., we're going live again for day 2 of the impeachment trial with the Senate.
Wicked. All right.
And then I'll be over at your studio.
All right, and we'll see you in just a little bit, my friend. 9:34 in the morning. That's Cousin Troy on the radio. Find out what, and as Bob Klitzky says, the first thing in the morning, picks up the newspapers, goes through that, picks up the scripts from the TV newscast the night before, always hits Jungle Watch, but his journalism day is not complete without visiting Candid News, and everybody else should be doing that too.
And I'm so honored by that. I look up to Bob Klitzky first because I'm short. And secondly because he's just a genius, and I rely on his word on almost everything.
You are not alone, cuz. 9:34 in the morning. I'll talk to you soon, and I'll see you even sooner. Have a terrific hour.
Thank you, Cousin Ray. Bye. Favorite cello in the whole wide world.
Bye, my favorite cello.
not complete unless we get those things out. Hey, it's 9:35 in the morning, and we'll take a quick break here, and I'll figure out how I want to kill the next 25 minutes.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef. It's Choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a Choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy.
Ice, baby.
Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Ice, baby.
The Coconut Wireless is back.
Yes.
The Ray Gibson Show. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
It's Coconut Wireless, and we've made some changes. It used to be just a hi, just in between you. People call, hey, guess what? Did you hear? But now it's WhatsApp. You can hit me up on the WhatsApp 797-8255, 797-TALK if it's easier for you to remember it that way. We're on YouTube Live. Chris Bacino online reminding me about how everything starts in the Philippines. Ma'am, sir, would you like to buy DVD? Yes, I would actually like to buy some DVDs. Long MD says buying a new guitar is way more satisfying. And then that is, I suppose, in response to what I was talking about earlier. I want everybody to enjoy the privilege of buying a new car at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. According to certain research and surveys that have been conducted, buying a new car might be among the most personally satisfying things that exists on the planet. Living in the Pacific online saying good morning to everybody. Rod 80 checking in from Argentina. Booney Dog Chamorro says, best Father's Day gift ever. Thank you, son. Pen Fierce 3 combo. Am I the luckiest dad ever? And the correct answer is, Real Joe, what is a Pen Fierce 3?
Sounds like a reel.
Rod and reel.
Rod and reel.
Like
deal.
for trolling?
Fishing, something.
Shut up and fish.
Yeah, shut up.
Love those guys. I have yet to go on a Shut Up and Fish.
Yeah.
We should.
That could get wild, boy.
I heard.
They might tell us to shut up, Ray. We love talking, man.
I don't know. Okay, now I've limited experience on fishing. I've done fishing expeditions with my brother in past, and have gotten things so screwed up with the rod and the reel that I'm not allowed to touch those anymore.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Because so
you're not fast enough.
The deal is like Dave will drive, and then if it starts making that noise like there's a fish on the line, he will stop driving the boat for a second, come over and set it up so that I can reel it in.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not to touch it until then, because otherwise it just becomes like this tangled mess. It looks like,
a bird nest.
Yeah, exactly. and there's not much to be done about that except, throw the thing in the water and go and buy a new one. But way to go, Booney Dog. Let's go fishing. And my job will be to sit on the beer cooler. Who else is there? Booney Dog, tomorrow, Manny Duenas. Hawaii has fully operational waste energy plants on Oahu. Australia, he says, has 3 waste energy plants just to burn macadamia nut shells. Really? Is that a thing? And a bunch of other guys that are hanging out there as we look. And now online on the Facebook side, Tony Uggan, Dave Brantley is there. Zero McDonough. Jose Martinez talking about the power of leaning hard on Gov Guam workers. Bumper says, you talking about me, Ray? I don't know. Did I? Dave Dinsman says, I'm not sure. All I know is that I've seen on GSWA's website for recycling, I saw someone said they used to work there in the 90s, and there was one then, but like so many things on Guam, it wasn't maintained, and it broke down, and they never got around to fixing this. Are we talking about not incineration? There used to be a shredder. I want to say we brought in a thing once upon a time to shred down some trash and make it so it wouldn't take up so much room on on the in the landfill, and they gathered the media around. And I remember it because at the time I was working at Hit Radio, and we had the Guam Cable TV news team went up to the ORDOT dump, and they had this big machine. It might even still be there. The hulk of it might be there. And I want to say they either threw in a battery or a car tire or something like that, and then there was a flame shot out. From the top of it is just a beautiful
Nice.
bloom yellow orange flame that shot out of the top of it, and then there was some black smoke that came out of it, and they said, "Ooh, something is broken. We'll get back to you," and sent everybody home. And what eventually happened was it never ever got repaired. It never ever did the job that it was supposed to do.
What do you think, Ray, made in China?
I don't know. It's just typical Guam bad luck. I mean, maybe we just bought it from the lowest bidder or something like that. I'm sure they got paid. That's the other part of this. I'm sure at the end of all of this, whoever we bought it from and whoever they bought it from got paid. I'm sure somebody walked around with a $500,000 paycheck from the government of Guam for providing us something that at the end of the day, as Joanne Brown will say, we never, ever got around to using to its full effect. I mean, that was just one of 100 examples of how we've gotten our solid waste deal just so screwed up. There's another one. And a lot of things didn't come to light, and Dr. McNinch can attest to this. A lot of things didn't come to light until the United States, as in the federal government of the United States, started suing Guam for the ORDOT dump and the ecological disaster that it was. And they'd go out there and they'd say, well, we got to cover over the thing. We have a hard time, covering over yesterday's trash with new dirt here. And they said, why? And they said, well, because we don't have a working bulldozer. So we have to rent a bulldozer. And it's something stupid like $1,000 a day. And they said, well, what's wrong with your bulldozer? And they said, well, it's got a fan belt out. So instead of replacing the fan, they didn't want to go through the time, trouble, and expense of procuring maintenance for Gov Guam's bulldozer. They rented it from somebody. It's something stupid, like I said, for $1,000 a day, and we're wondering how come they never had any money to take care of maintenance over at Solid Waste. It's just a disaster. I can't remember who was the governor then. Never mind. 9:42 in the morning. Hey, there's Dr. Ron McNinch. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, happy day, Ray. Happy day, Guam.
How was the weekend? Any good?
Yeah, the 5K was really nice too. The race Judica.
I have a picture. We took pictures on that. I put it up on the Facebook. Let me just real quick go and find. There's a picture of Doc and I. Hold on, into WhatsApp. Send. And okay, so I'll put that up on the screen so everybody can see for real that the Dr. Ron McNinch and I were out on the Saturday morning race judicata, as it were, down in beautiful downtown Hagutnya, and it was so nice to see friends and family and literally faces and butts. I have to say that I have not seen in at least a couple of years. So I was very, very happy to do that. And did you hear I won the grand prize?
I saw you won the grand prize, and apparently you don't like bush cutting.
You know what? Okay, so yes, on the everything I said on the microphone was true. I've had just a terrific time turning 60, and I feel I've been blessed with all of the gifts that I've received already. So let me give somebody else an opportunity to win something big. So they re-raffled the it was a Steel, which is Mark Cruz's favorite brand of bush cutter. But I'm not a bush cutter guy. I'm a lawnmower guy. I believe in lawnmowers, and I think they do a far better job of creating a lush yard environment. I think bush cutters, I think they beat the grass too much, and I don't like how it throws rocks all over the place. So lawnmower guy right here, and congratulations to Rachel's daughter for getting the bush cutter.
And it was very gracious that you re-entered it into the raffle. That was very nice.
I'm a nice guy, as it turns out.
Yeah.
I had no idea. Huh.
Speaking of nice guys, Leo down at Civil Defense is one of the best folks I know, and I hope that gets sorted out down there.
Well, is that not an interesting story in the front page of today's Guam Daily Post, where you've got the actual boss of Civil Defense protesting on behalf of his planner, Leo Espia, because of an action that was taken by Samantha Brett. Brennan, a security advisor, Samantha Brennan, who was apparently working outside of the areas of her responsibility.
Right, and I know Samantha; she's very good too. But I do hope, Leo is very, very competent and very capable, and I'm sure that whatever is going on is probably just a misunderstanding. But I've worked with him for many years, and he's always done a great job.
It is an interesting scenario that they find themselves in, and will be fun to watch to see. Number one, if you are correct, it's all just a misunderstanding, or if there is something else at foot. I'll give you an opportunity as an educator to say congratulations to Stephanie Conception, the 2023 Teacher of the Year.
Oh yeah, that's a great program too, by the way. And I watched very closely. I wasn't on any of the selection processes, but I watched very closely all the neat statements from the various finalists, and that was such a nice and wonderful contest.
I hope they're able to find the money to give her a raise that the governor promised everybody.
Yeah,
except the 12-month employees.
We were surprised on the board, that that came out of the blue for us. We're like, wow, that's great.
I talked to Les Carlson about that. He says it should not have come out of the blue. I mean, they've been talking about doing a review for the teachers now for a few months, and in fact, they're with the excess revenues the government of Guam has, they should not have any serious problems, at least in the next budgetary go around, to take care of covering all those salaries.
Well, I think COVID showed a lot of parents just how hard a lot of our teachers work. I mean, they're a great group, and we have some very devoted and I mean, our teachers are so devoted and professional, and they're so they care about the kids. I think it's because part of it's we're on an island, and we develop these almost family-like ties to a lot of the young people that we work with, and that's obvious from our school system.
Yeah, I know from listening to my nephew, who is now an educator like yourself. I know from listening to him that there are very, very strong personal bonds that are created in the classroom, and I don't know if he wants to ever do anything else in his life. 9:47 in the morning. Another deal that is worth noting here from the Department of Education. They have received the 9th consecutive clean audit, and that is good news going into a visit from U.S. Department of Education.
Wow, in fact, John Fernandez has been working so hard to try to get us off of that receivership, and that's been one of the real irritating things about being on the board, is that this receiver has kind of like a vested interest in keeping the receivership going, because that's where they get fees from.
Well, they're getting a couple of $3 million a year from that, aren't they?
I don't remember the number. It is substantial.
It's between $2 and $3 million a year that we could use for textbooks and awnings and walkways and school buses and more raises for the teachers. I don't disagree. Am annoyed, here we are, that after all of these years that we still have to deal with this. For heaven's sakes, that problem has been resolved for a long time, and it took guys like John and Mark actually going to Washington, D.C. pre-COVID to ask them, okay, what's the exit strategy here? You put this on us, and we've been paying for it. We have believed that we have achieved every goal that was set out with this third-party fiduciary, but even the U.S. Department of Education noted that they did not have an exit plan, and had to actually create one out of whole cloth, and that was 3 years ago, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah, it's been an active point of discussion and concern for the board.
Stop paying them.
And they've been working really, really hard to get off of it.
Yeah, like I said, I'd quit paying them. Look, Guam, we're having a hard time. We got hit with COVID-19. We got teachers that need to be recognized for the outstanding work that they're doing. As near as we can tell, near as we can figure, we've met all of the goals that you outlined for us at the beginning of this third-party arrangement, and we're just not going to pay anymore. And if you don't like it, take us to court. So you can tell us what's still outstanding.
Yeah, and if I recall, they keep moving the bar too on what they want us to do, And so once we meet them, things change, and that's part of the frustration, I think.
No, it's time to play hardball.
You should run and be on the board with us, Ray. That'd be great.
Well, I just why do I need to do that? I just gave you my advice.
Will there
Take
be
them,
beer there?
Stop paying them. If they stop, we cannot, light a candle, for heaven's sakes, not curse the darkness, and light a candle, and that will put a fire under their buttocks, and they can tell us what the exit strategy ends up being.
We could make you the receivership czar.
I worked for Lee Holmes for 13 years. The word litigate comes to mind very, very easily. If you don't like a law, challenge it. If you don't like a ruling, challenge it. And if these guys, you can't get their attention, when their accounting department calls up and says, we ain't getting that $1 million check from John Fernandez anymore, then that'll get their attention.
Oh, I agree.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you agree with me. Good.
By the way, my favorite James Bond was George Lazenby.
He's old school James Bond guy. I don't know. I haven't the most recent one. What's his name? Daniel Page. What is it? I've watched a couple of James Bond movies, but it almost feels like out of an obligation. It's like I got to keep the franchise going. I'm not sure that I'm as crazy about it. It's not, it doesn't feel like event viewing as much as it used to. Know what I mean? I just feel like and who's the bad guy anymore? It used to be we go after Russians and Chinese, and no, they never went after the Chinese. We preserved that market here. But who are the new bad guys? Environmental bad guys? Is that what it is now? Or anybody that doesn't believe that men can become pregnant? Is that going to be the new bad guy that the James Bonds have to go after?
Well, that was at one point. I forgot who it was. Gutfeld was making fun of some of the changes that they're going to be making to Bond and kind of heckling that a little bit. But, I think that, just a classic franchise. And, Lazenby quit after one movie. He just threw up his hands and really gave up. He wasn't cooperative with the producers or whatever. And he might have gotten fired, actually.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting history, and I'm tired of them tinkering with what I thought was a good formula. Not everything needs to be updated, and men need to go back to being men. And that's all there is to it. Start wearing cologne, because the women say that all the men these days smell like weed and alcohol and lies. So we're just going to leave that there. But I got to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Hey, have a great day, man.
I will, buddy. 9:52 in the morning is my running buddy, Dr. Ron McNitch, on the line. Just got word here from the Power Authority. There is a power outage now that they've told me it's scheduled 9:30 until 1:30. It'll be a 4-hour outage up in Nimitz Hill. All customers in Nimitz Estates and Nimitz Towers are going to be affected by this 4-hour outage. Has nothing to do with load shedding. It's just they got some underground work that they've got to do. Things that make you mad. People are compiling a list, and we've hit upon a few universals. What never, ever fails to make you mad, according to the internet, these will make you mad. And I'll tell you what they are after this.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit GTA.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Digging, digging, digging. Things that make you crazy every time they happen. Like when the guy on the radio says, I'm going to tell you about things that make you crazy, and then you throw to a commercial break. What are you doing there? Why do you do that to me? It's one of those things. It's the idea is that you have to listen over the break. But we do our best to keep the break short around here. We just don't sell as many ads, and the ones that we do sell are really expensive, so we don't have these long monster breaks around here. Just saying. All right, here's things that make you mad, and honest. All of these things, all of the above, apply to me. They make me crazy when I see it. People who are being mean to service workers. I don't like it, and it's worse. I hate seeing it, even if it's like 2 tables over, where somebody's being just a snotty, so-and-so.
Extra dramatic.
Oh, my God.
You can
I
tell,
asked
too.
you for water 20 minutes ago. And especially if the place is, like, crowded, right? And they're jammed up. You know who... I'm not talking about you, Ismael. I thought you handled it well. And I've never seen that that an extreme case. So I mean, Ismael is literally the victim of some really, really awful service. If you want details, find him on the YouTubes and the Facebook, because he posted it. Apparently, somebody was trying to hit on the busboy. Because, that's where all the power is in a restaurant. It's the busboy. But anyway, but I've seen it before where people are just rude and is unnecessarily rude. As far as I'm concerned, you can tell a lot about a person by how they treat old people, kids, animals, and wait staff. Right? Yeah, and overtip, compliment them, thank you, please. That goes, oh my God, an awful long way. That makes me crazy. You know what else makes me crazy, and everybody else too, according to the internet, is those guys that put loud and expensive mufflers on their car to make it sound louder. Yeah,
I don't like it either.
Okay,
I'm
just
getting
FYI.
older too.
It impresses no one. That impresses no one. The only guys that it impresses are other idiots like you. In the meantime, old people and babies are trying to sleep in the neighborhood. Same thing with the guys that like their sounds so much that they have to be able. They need to have it heard a half a mile away. Boom. Boom.
Yeah, shake my windows.
Yeah, okay. You know what? Again, that impresses nobody. And if there are women around you that seem to be impressed by this sound pressure level, they're not worthy of dating as far as I'm concerned. They're just as dumb as you. It impresses nobody and is annoying to everybody else. Now, here's another, and I don't know which neighbor it is. Might be, I'm not sure. There's a neighbor that has got it's got to be the oldest puppy in the world, because this thing is just constantly barking and crying. This is one of the reasons why I'd love to be able to open the windows and sleep with the windows open at the house, but I can't do it because one or maybe a couple of the neighbors have got a dog that every little sound, including that idiot with the muffler and the boom system in the car, passes by the house, wakes up the dog, and the dog starts barking for 20 minutes and then
chain
just
reaction with all the other dogs getting involved.
It's CNN for dogs. Did you hear that? I heard that. Did you hear? I heard it too. Bark, 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 bark. There's something that can be done about that. Let's see if we can work. I love dogs. I don't have one currently. I don't need one, because if there's something happening in the neighborhood, all 20 of the dogs that live around me are going to tell me about it. So I don't need my own actual dog. Your mileage may vary. I'm sure that there are other things in the mix. There's apparently one that is targeted to guys sometimes like me that still pay for stuff with checks. Yeah, sorry. There are certain bills that need to get paid with checks. I'm sorry. I need to get that, put the check in an envelope, put the stamp on it, and send it out as little as possible these days. But there are still folks that are clinging to the old days. I'm not happy, and my power bill is not paid unless the actual power bill is stamped by the lady at the bank. Then I know for sure that everything is going to be all right. Hey, I gotta go. I had a terrific time today. Hope you did as well. And we're going to do it again tomorrow, because tomorrow is Tuesday for Real Joe Cruz down the hill in 2 minutes. even crashing on the bike, and then he still managed to win in his division. So congratulations to him and Mona Silvataro and Jerry Roberts. My name is Ray Gibson saying thanks for listening. Here's the Fox News.
Another deadly church shooting. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. That shooting today in Southern California in the town of Laguna Woods, about 50 miles southeast of L.A. Fox's Christina Coleman is in L.A.
Now, the Orange County Sheriff's Office confirmed that one person was pronounced dead at the scene. 4 victims were critically wounded and 1 person suffered minor injuries. All the victims are adults. A person was taken into custody and a weapon was recovered. There's so many questions here about the suspect.
It happened at the Geneva Presbyterian Church in Laguna Woods, which is mainly a retirement community. In Houston, at least 2 people were dead and 3 others wounded after a shooting between 2 groups of people. It happened at a flea market in northern Houston. Police say 1 suspect was taken into custody. President Biden and the First Lady will travel to Buffalo, New York Tuesday in the wake of yesterday's mass shooting there. State leaders speaking out about the racism that was apparently behind the shooting.
Both U.S. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and New York State Attorney General Letitia James spoke to the congregation at Buffalo's True Bethel Baptist Church Sunday, decrying the shooting which killed 10 as an attack on that city's black community. Both Schumer and James also warned against the spread of the type of ideology which led to the suspect's beliefs and subsequently his actions.
The internet and social media enable purveyors of evil to spread their wicked words.
He was fed each and every day a steady diet of hate.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
A Democrat running for the U.S. Senate from Pennsylvania, Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, has suffered a stroke, but he says he's on his way to a full recovery. Fetterman wasn't feeling well Friday and went to the hospital at the urging of his wife. Fetterman, who leads polls in the race, said the health scare won't slow him down. America is listening. Fox News.
Get all of your favorite Fox News podcasts ad-free on Apple Podcasts with Fox News Podcasts Plus. From Trey Gowdy, the Fox News Rundown, Will Kane, Brian Kilmeade, and so much more. Go to foxnewspodcasts.com for all the details. The Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. New from the Fox News Podcasts Network, Dana Perino, co-host of the 5 and America's Newsroom on Fox News Channel, returns to the world of audio with a new limited-time podcast, Everything Will Be Okay with Dana Perino. Building off the success of her best-selling book of the same name, Dana provides an unequaled brand of advice built on real-life experience and interviews experts and individuals that make a difference in the lives of others. Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
President Biden today hosted a ceremony at the White House to honor police officers killed on duty.
We expect so much from our law enforcement officers today. This is a different world we're in.
The president called for more funding of law enforcement and said the American Rescue Plan is preventing law enforcement from being laid off due to low budgets. Individual states taking sides ahead of the possibility that the Supreme Court of the U.S. will overturn Roe v. Wade. More from Fox's Gernal Scott.
Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt says his state will protect the unborn from abortion, even if the mother's life is at risk.
We don't think that killing one to protect another is the right thing to do either.
Colorado Governor Jared Polis, a Democrat, signed a law in his state that codifies Roe, even if it's struck down.
This is not about the government making that decision. It's about women making that decision.
Both were on Fox News Sunday. A Supreme Court decision on abortion rights is expected in June or July. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Vandals strike a memorial of one of Britain's more controversial political leaders. Fox's Karen McHugh has details.
Demonstrators in Lincolnshire, England, wasted no time in letting their feelings be known about a brand new statue of Margaret Thatcher. The likeness of the former prime minister was egged just hours after it was installed in her hometown of Grantham this weekend. One man could be heard shouting, "Tear it down," as others passed by, booing loudly. The 20-foot-tall statue of Britain's first female prime minister was originally supposed to stand in Parliament Square in Westminster, but fears of a motivated far-left movement prompted the change of location. 2000. Thatcher was known as the Iron Lady during her stormy tenure at 10 Downing Street. Karen McHugh, Fox News.
And I'm Joe Chiaro, Fox News.
Kings Guam World Tennis Tour, presented by GTA, is bringing international tennis back to Guam. 4 weeks of international play will swing into action with 2 weeks of juniors, followed by 2 weeks of pros, May the 15th through June 12th. The Guam National Tennis Federation will host world-ranked players who will be coming to Guam from all over the world. Netters will compete for ranking points and cash to improve their position among the world's best. Matches will be played daily at the Guam National Tennis Center in Harmon, starting May 15th through June 12th. Special thanks to our platinum sponsors, Dimension System, Blue Gem, American Medical Center, and Morico Equipment.
What is dedication? My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much. From the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Welcome to the Talk Radio Countdown Show with Doug Stephan, counting down what America's talking about.
The Talk Radio Countdown.
Now 7 after the hour. This is the official Talk Radio Countdown Show. I'm Doug Stephan, along with Michael Harrison from Talkers Magazine, here to discuss the charts, the stories, and the people for the week of May 9th, 13th. Lots of important things being downloaded, if you will. Questions. I think we have more questions than answers, Michael, when you get right down to it, looking at all of these things that are going on and wondering, all of it's piling up. Everything seems to be piling up. There's one pile. You know, I don't know about your kitchen cabinet if it looks like mine. There's a lot of things piled up. And that's kind of the way I feel about what's going on in the world. I would think you would have, it's a yeoman's job to look around and try to figure out what the story list ought to look like every week, because the pile gets deeper, doesn't it?
No question about it, and a lot of the piles overlap with each other. So you have piles connected to piles. And but you said something very interesting. The questions are far louder and more defined than the answers. We're dealing with rhetorical questions. We're dealing with all kinds of possibilities. And as a result, lots of opinion and little fact to base those opinions on. Because even the experts, I mean, even if you talk about COVID or you talk about the war in Ukraine or